All right, all right. Hello, everyone. Let's get some music on. Oh, great! The fucking Twitch isn't capturing it. Hang on. There we go. All right, all right. Let me grab the collage for you guys. My bad for forgetting it. I know it's not a collage. Hang on. Hang on. I'm gonna grab it. I'm gonna censor it and I can share it on the stream, okay? And then I'll post in the Discord later. Let's see. It's in my DMs with May. Let's see. That's not it. Ba, 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 ba. Anyway, I slept through like the whole fucking day today. I'm gonna be so real. It's for no reason, really. No reason. It's not like I was up till like 9 a.m. talking about my D&D drama. I literally had the collage yesterday. Where did it go? I found it so easily last time. Aha, there it is. It was so bad I made a collage. That's all I needed. Okay. Now let me grab all the images. One image, two image, three image, four image, five image, six image, seven image, seven images, seven different collages. All right, opening up Photoshop so I can censor them. We're gonna open all seven of them. I'm gonna censor them so that I have it as the character names instead of their Discord names. Never fear the fall. Last few days I've been rolling up pre-generated characters for VCMEI. VC VECMI. I can read. Several of them only have 2 HP. That's so funny. Okay. Make sure my text is white. Rowan. I'm just gonna like have the text be the character name. That's an easy to read text. There we go. And then once I censor one, I'll get it up on screen. So we can see, so you can just like take it all in. Okay, that's all of Rowan's players. Thank you, Sisyphus, for the 6-month streak. Lurf, time is passing. That's scary, isn't it? Oh, the perfect draw. That's all I can read in there. I'm not gonna pretend I can pronounce any German words. Let me. I'm gonna pull up the Google Translate. It doesn't scare me, no. I'm excited. I'm excited for perfect draw. I'm so pumped. I've been so TTRPG starved. D4 for mages and thieves, and stats are just 3d6 rolled in order. Also, this is before they invented death saves or even negative HP, so you're dead when you hit zero. That's so awesome. Okay. Now for the ones with Hugo's play. Should I put Hugo or Ray? Because Ray's his real name, but like I feel like I mostly referred to him as Hugo because that's how we knew him for the most part. What do we prefer, gang? I'll do Ray. Just to remind everyone that you're a fucking liar. I love asking for chat input. It's like one of the main things I do. I love knowing what chat thinks. I was reading through Keep on the Borderlands. It's like this module is for 5 to 9 players, but also players should definitely hire some men at arms before going to the dungeon because you'll need the cannon fodder. That's crazy. I was nervous about the idea of having to RP with someone I don't know very well and is more experienced than me, but then I remembered I don't respect you, so it's fine. Dude, like you really you can't be worse than Ray's player. As long as you don't plot to like take out Conrad's tongue with an acid dagger, I think we're okay. And even then, if you did, I think it would be kind of funny. Honestly, like they didn't even end up going murder hobo. Like they punched him around a bit, but it was just like his exile. I don't know. It was just like a really like rough experience. Like I don't know how to describe it. It's just like it was really just like viscerally upset. Like it wasn't even fun conflict, you know? Like I like fun conflict. I like arguing. I like even having like sad angsty moments. The issue is it was like a sad angsty moment that I would have never been able to get any closure on as a player because my character was getting removed from the campaign entirely. Right? I think Elena would plot to kill or torture him in her head, but would never go through with it. Yeah. That she's so real for that though, because like me too, me fucking too. We described it as fucking harrowing. Sometimes it might even be worse that they didn't kill me. I think it was worse that they didn't kill me. Yeah, I did end up finding the conversation that Sol and Lynn had like immediately after Lynn left the party. It was very sad. I also think it's really funny because you can tell which ones are Hugo's slash Ray's player when looking at the collage because I had to open them all up like individually, so it just says like 3 blocked messages above each one. All right, now I have to censor the DM in this one. I won't censor myself because I won't censor myself. There's no point. You know who I am. If you have a question behind my nickname in the server, though, I can answer. That was a post veneer plot point. What if you're lying to us? Well, at least I would have only lied once, right? Only player I had to block was pedophile. Oof. I'm glad I. Well, no, I've had to deal with that once. I've had to deal with that once. Um, one of the first online D&D games I joined, I was given a pre-made character who was like the 16-year-old like daughter slash sibling, and like each one of the characters in this campaign were a member of the same family or something like that. And like first session I was there, I we went to like a circus and there was a frogman. He just like licked like my entire character like bottom to top, and I was like, I don't know about this one. I was also like a minor at the time, so I didn't vibe with that. Things just happen in your life. Yes, yes, they do. All right. I have the first one. Min collage one. I'm gonna bring it on. Okay. Collage one. I'll also send in the Discord for a better view. Now again, this is a collage of messages, not in order. I'll work on censoring the next one now. Okay, let's censor all the Ray ones first. God, this collage is like sure is something, huh? I'm trying to be silly with it. They like only get worse with time, you know? All right, let's get Ray. As long as a fucking bop. Whoops. Don't worry about that. I've actually fucking said Austin's name last time. It's fine. It's fine. You can know Austin's name. Austin's such like a normal name. I can know like 20 Austins. But I should remember that I gotta look at the actual messages. Don't worry about it. Okay, let me be extra careful now. I mean, most people named Austin are. No, that's mean. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to all the Austins out there. But like, I am the same. And Amarillo a mouse court, even though there's less than 20 people with my name in the country, but it was a bit too funny not to. Okay. I'm gonna be so extra good. And I'm not gonna miss any this time. Yeah, okay. Ba 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 ba. I mean, I could not pass up the chance to say, wow, I am in the new Magic the Gathering set. Oh, that's fucking awesome, though. Especially, like, with having, like, such an uncommon name. Wait, no, I don't need to censor myself. Whoops. I mean, some of us have like nicknames, so it's like not even necessary to censor. Like my name in the server at that point in time was owner of Rowan's Soul. Not of the time of these messages being sent, but of the time I made the collage. That was because I was the owner of Rowan's Soul at that time. I had Rowan's Soul in a ring that my character at the time was wearing. Yeah, Rowan made a deal with a lich at that time. I know what you're thinking. Oh, Rowan made a deal with a lich, huh? Almost like someone else in the campaign who had like dealings with a lich or whatever. Even though Rowan was fully aware this person was a lich, and I wasn't. But like whatever. Like it is what it is. Okay. Let's see. Let me read. Make sure I'm not censoring anyone. I think I just have one more name to add. Yep. I did literally lie twice, yeah. But Rowan also lied about that. So I guess maybe Rowan only lied once, so it's okay. Okay. I did a better job on censoring this one. Here we go. Next one. Vecna really said Ogma balls. Really mean of him. Yeah. It's fucked up. Let me send in the Discord too. Everyone knows the first lie is free. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. It's it's really funny that I made a collage of this. The context behind me making the collage is I was messaging May about it because I was filling May in on the saga, and I was like I went back through all like the messages from around the time they figured out like who Lynn was and like the lead up to that, and it was worse than I thought. And May was like, "How bad was it?" And I was like, "So bad that I made a collage." Okay, here's the thing. I don't have different Discord themes for each screenshot. Um, my theme is is a gradient. Um, and not only that, but Ray's player is blocked, and when you have a blocked message, it just shows in default Discord theme when you open it up. Yeah, it's because I have Ray's player blocked. That's why. I don't know. I like it. I think like I don't know. I like the nice like kind of like light, not light blue, but like the blue to purple gradient. It's like subtle. I don't really notice it until I'm like sending screenshots of it, and I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot that I have a gradient. Okay. I'm reading the messages. Okay. They're too dark. Yeah, I like darker themes. Not as dark as that party's plans for Lynn, am I right? So true! I must say, it is always so deeply cathartic whenever I tell people this story and they're like, what the fuck? Like, why the fuck did that happen? What do you mean? Like, he literally only lied twice. What do you, like, how the fuck was that the reaction? I don't know. I just, like, sometimes I wonder, like, oh, no, what if I was in the wrong? You know? I'm like, what if they were right, actually? Like, what if I was bad? Because I have anxiety! What if lying twice is evil? Literally, that's what I'm wondering. You know, sometimes I just like I just wonder like or maybe like I overreacted. You know, like oh, like it actually wasn't that bad. Like you were just way too attached to your character. Blah, 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 or whatever. I don't know. That's what anxiety brain does to you. Did you leave out the part where Lynn was loudly monologuing about the horrors you commit to the party and their family? No, he never said any of that. In fact, like for a good while after he was kicked out of the party, he was very remorseful. You're not the one who is too attached to their character here. That's true, because if I was any more attached to Lynn, Ray would have been the one leaving the party. And we probably would have had less problems if that's the case, because then I think Ray's player would have left the party in the whole group because of how attached he was to Ray. And then everything would have been fucking fine. I should have been more attached. When I was telling this story to May for the first time, I was like, I can't fucking type it. I have to call you. Where was I when I was telling this story? Italy. I fucking was staying in Italy and I decided to give like the entire Lynn saga to May over call instead of doing anything else. I was studying abroad, but I don't want to be annoying about that because I'm usually annoying about it. I can never understand people who have fully made characters that they are going to play regardless of the campaign. Character concept is one thing. No, I like, because like, what if they don't fit in with like the vibe of the campaign, right? Like that's always my thing. Like even if it like I understand having a concept like oh I want to play this class this race with like this big backstory, but like being like they were born on a like a cold winter day in this town with this family and they're related to this specific group and then this nobleman and blah 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 like I always want to know what the story world is like first. Yeah, yeah. Like here's something I didn't mention, but well I vaguely alluded to it, but like I didn't really have anything that I knew that I wanted to do for Lynn aside from I want to play an evil cleric because that's fun and you don't really see a lot of evil clerics. I feel at least I hadn't around that point, and I was like maybe it would be fun to do a changeling who fits into the stereotype of being untrustworthy and a liar. It's like that's always like a negative changeling stereotype. So I was like, oh, that would be kind of fun to like play into that. And then I went on from there. The whole cult and the whole like backstory of the church being slaughtered, that was already existing lore. I just slotted my boy into that terrorist organization that was already there. The DM was like, "Oh, what like rank do you want to be in the organization?" I'm like, "Well, I don't want to be the leader, but like it would be fun to be higher up, so like maybe second in command." And he was like, "Awesome." Lurf loves playing into stereotypes. I mean, it's fun. The character I was playing before then was just like a very stereotypical barbarian, and I loved him. He was stupid and he was violent. And he got into fights a bunch. I like it. It was really refreshing to play the barbarian character because I usually like to play like really like cunning, intelligent characters or high charisma characters. So playing just like a stupid like brawny dumbass who's like ready to fist fight at any opportunity was refreshing. It was very fun. I almost typed the person's actual name instead of their character name. That would have been funny. Okay. I think this one's properly censored. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything. Alright. Main collage 3. There we go. Into the server it goes. No hate to Soul's player. I don't think Soul understood how real this was. Fuck! No, hang on. We look away. We look away. I'm stupid. We already knew. Okay. I'm not stupid anymore. I think I'd rather hang out with the Ushiro Miyas than this party. Yeah. Me too. You're always here. So clear. Also, the fact that, um, I'll talk about it when we get to the next one. What if would be just the best of buds with George for sure? I would not be. I would call the police. You love George? I love George in like the character sense. Like unironically, I think George has like been elevated to like maybe second favorite character for me because of the bit. I like committed to the bit way too hard, and the more people shit on George, the funnier it is I think to like him. And then like the me making a joke becomes earnest, and then I just actually like him. and get that. It's how I develop my affection for a few One Piece characters. Yeah. It's just like normal. It's like a normal way to have an affection for a character. What I don't understand is how I suddenly like really became a fan of Erica, because like that really came out of nowhere. Like it wasn't even a bit. It's just like one day I really liked Erica after hating her viscerally. What? What do you mean? Her expressions are pretty fun? Yeah. No, that's literally what happened to me though. I just woke up one day and I liked Erica. I hate it. And like, you guys know how much I love a bastard. You know how much I love a villain. I love Bastard's villain, but I like Erica genuinely pissed me off. I didn't like her. She made me mad. And then like 2 months after I finished Umineko, I was like, you know what? I kind of like her. She might be like one of my favorites. And I didn't go to the doctor. No, I live in America. Of course, I didn't go to the doctor. Are you kidding me? The bill? I mean, the thing about Erica is that she's really funny if you can laugh at her. So once you get past how much she sucks, she is great. It is true. It is true. When I reread Umineko, I was like, okay, she's kind of really fucking awesome. She's so funny. Okay, I'm almost done with this censorship. I do think it's funny that, like, I'm going through the effort of censoring these people. Like, I have a respect for most of them. Also, like, anyone would ever run into them ever. Okay. We're good. Next one. They better hope we want, yeah. Now, this one is funny because take a note how I said, oh, I do have this. I list Lynn's redemption playlist. And Ray's player goes, I got one too. Like, really, really. Stroking my chin. It's almost like they're the same fucking guy. Which, by the way, is something the DM acknowledged to me. I was checking out our old DMs and my dungeon master, he even acknowledged that. He was like, you know, like the fact that like Ray's player was so like about like Lynn because he quote unquote reminded him of someone he knew IRL, but then refuses to acknowledge how they're like almost like the same character rubs me the wrong way. I was like, yeah, that rubs me the wrong way too. It's almost like that's not the reason that he doesn't like Lynn. I do think it's funny that you hunted down Veneer. Not like I made it difficult. I actually made it very easy. Because I doxed him. So you could hunt him down, because I thought it'd be funny. Nah, but he's been pissed that he's been lied to twice. Yeah! Yeah! Whenever I tell this story, I just get so immensely proud. Not proud. I get so immensely invested back into Lynn. Like, I'll forget about Lynn, and then I'll talk about this story, and I get like, wow, I fucking love Lynn. Lynn was so fucking awesome. What a great character. I miss him. Like, me getting angry about this just brings him back in my head full force, and I'm like, that's my Blorbo right there. It took you literally telling us his name. We were not very good at hunting people down. Yeah. That's why I'm not telling you these people's names. Except for Austin, I guess. Sorry, Austin. The city of Austin, Texas better watch out. It better, yeah. It is funny because Austin does know that Veneer is becoming a VTuber. I'm still like vaguely in contact with him. He doesn't know about my Twitch, but he knows about Veneer. Funny you mentioned Texas and then Dave Homestuck Music plays. For those who don't get the reference, he lives in Texas. You can fire a missile on it, maybe even tie someone to it before you do. Okay, knowing about the YouTuber but not live to Twitch is hilarious. Yeah, yeah. I'm not fucking telling. Literally, there's only 2 people from that group who know about my Twitch, and they're both in my Discord. There are 2 people from this D&D group in my Discord. Yeah, you saw them? I know only one of them has spoken. Hello, lubed up grandpa. First time chatter. I do great. We're going over some of my old D&D drama right now. I identify them via being friends with you on Discord, so I can see when someone's a mutual friend. Yeah, yeah, yeah. They're based. No one be mean to them. It's an excellent username. Thank you, lubed up grandpa. Guys, could you imagine that was Austin? like you just discovered my Twitch just now. It'd be really funny. Texas is lubed up. I'm almost done censoring the other collage. Gotta censor Rowan. Man, I miss Veneer. Fucked up how you only drew him once on the last Veneer drawing stream. Well, listen. I only have some small adjustments to make to my thesis today. We'll get through it pretty quick, and then we'll be drawing Veneer. I want to fix up his emotes. I should tell Souls Player about my Twitch. It's not fair that that they don't know. Souls player is awesome. Okay, make sure I didn't miss out on censoring anyone. Okay, we're good. Thank you for the hydrate, Tiff. All right. Next one is dropped. A fifth collage has hit the Lurf chord. Now, see, this one is fun because Soul's player is like, oh, like, speaking for Soul, I don't think there's a single thing Lin could do that would make Soul trust him. And then Soul was like the only fucking person who reached out to Lin after the fact and was actually like, no, I get it. I get it. I'm so fucking sorry. This fucking sucks for you. I'm so sorry. And then I cried. Because here, see, this is how you know Soul's player is a good player. Because they learn the out-of-game information. And unlike everyone else who either, oh, well, okay, I don't want to say everyone else, because some people were so, like, fucking brought down by the atmosphere that they felt like they couldn't do anything. And Soul's player didn't do this during session. It was an RP in DMs. But you know, Ray and Rowan's players, they heard this information, they started plotting evil things and being like, no, they'll never forgive him, blah, blah, blah. And Soul's player, well, Soul was, you know, they thought Soul wouldn't be able to trust Lin after this. When the information came out in-game about Lin's motivations, they actually heard that information and allowed it to change their character's perception instead of being locked in on the fantasy they had all week. Almost like they were playing the fucking game or something. Playing the game unheard of? I know. Playing games is illegal, don't you know? Damn, fuck. Shit. I'm not going to jail. Insane that the atmosphere of the session was apparently so vile that that all that happened when by all the fuck was apparently so vile that all that happened when by all accounts it was like, what, only 2 people that were actually pissed off. Yeah, I mean, everyone started off definitely pissed at him, right? Because they're like, okay, like, you lied, like, what the fuck are you on about, what's going on? But like, Vulcan just wanted to expose him. Like, Vulcan just didn't trust him and wanted to expose him. He didn't have like a really like deep investment in all of this. In fact, he was one of the advocates for we should keep him prisoner. And then Rowan and Ray's reactions were so like aggressive and vile that it brought down the mood of the session so bad that Yara's player and Soul's player were just unable to speak up during the session, or at least verbally, because Soul's player did speak up in DMs with me over a little private RP that we did, and that was like post the incident. That was very sweet. Yara's player has like apologized to me profusely for like not saying anything and like being unable to do anything. I don't blame her for it at all. It was just that bad. And again, Yara's player literally left the game because she was so mad on my behalf. Like she took a break for a while as I was like plotting my new character, and we were actually planning for Veneer and Yara to have a bit of a connected backstory and have Yara be Veneer's into the group. And then she decided, like, no, actually, I just can't go back. I'm so pissed off about what happened, and I don't want to deal with Ray's player anymore. Mad on my behalf. Had the balls to quit before I did. Quit because I couldn't. And you can also see, like, how Ray and Rowan's players are the ones who are really in on this. What's the Yara Veneer lore that never was? Technically, it was. It was canon. It's just like Yara basically left the capital before Veneer met up with the group, and actually she sent Veneer to the group instead of rejoining the group with him. She was like, listen, I can't help you, but these people can. And Veneer was kind of like going to the party to essentially hire them for help. What's the lore? Essentially, Yara was investigating Veneer's college, where the spooky wooky Asimar experiments were going on. Um, and she was getting an in with his professor that got him involved in the experiments. And so Yara was kind of looking into that and into him. And she was gonna end up being his hired help in order to help him explore out into the eastern wilderness for an extra credit project he wanted to do because he's an overachiever. And how to elaborate? That ended up falling through, so Veneer ended up hiring the full party instead. Whereas originally Yara was going to be like, oh yeah, me and my group. Instead, she was just like, go talk to my group, my old group, who I don't associate with anymore. When it comes to people I've actually spoken to in at least some direct capacity versus reading online stories, this is definitely among the more dysfunctional RPG groups I've heard about. Yeah. Go talk to these people who fucking suck. Yeah. A shame. A shame she sent Veneer over. Veneer, who's like literally like the nicest guy. Set Veneer up to fail. For real! Veneer's just my little guy. No one trusted Veneer at first. It was really funny. Not because of Lynn, but because like he was just like because he was rich. He was rich and he had an ego, so everyone's like, I don't know about this guy. And they were like, wait, he's just literally nice. Veneer would never lie to us, let alone twice, they said. You need a mouse in a party? We had a bush. And a small dinosaur. Oh shit, I have to label myself because I cut myself out on accident. She would have found them interesting. I don't think Mouse... Well, Mouse definitely doesn't know this story. I don't think Jelly knows this story either. Screenshots all over? Yeah, because I was... Everyone was mad I didn't grab the collages and censor them. Jelly doesn't... Yeah, Jelly doesn't know. I've never had the chance to elaborate on it before. I don't know. Oh my god, it is 3 a.m. Jesus. That's fine, I slept all day. Luckily, there's a VOD to show Jelly. There is. I can imagine Jelly crashing out in chat to yesterday's stream. I would love to see Jelly's like live reaction to the VOD if he ever gets around to watching it. But it is like 5 hours or something of me talking about D&D drama. Wait, I need another. There's better. I have like the base file set sent into the Discord. Do you put them in light mode? I can't because I'm no longer in this server. These are remnants of back when I was. Yeah, a lot of people use light mode. I don't just because it usually hurts my eyes. Okay, let me make sure I don't have any extra names in here. Okay. Collage 6 incoming. Yeah, this is the penultimate collage. That's how many. That's how much there was. That's how bad it was that I had to make 6 collages. Bots have been coming in recently, huh? Yeah, no, that filter has caught, I think, every single one. They gotta learn new things. Okay, let's get raise player. Maybe don't be a lying shithead and talk about your problems. Yeah, I love it. Literally, Ray never did that, ever. Ray was a lying shithead who didn't talk about his problems. Genuinely, I think Lynn was more open about his fucking issues than Ray ever was. like there was an there was an exchange in Soul and Lynn's conversation, like back when Lynn was leaving, where Soul's like, I'm sorry, I wish I could have like learned about the real you. And Lynn goes, I was more honest than you think I was. And I'm like, man, he was more honest than they thought he was. Or if I just woke up, it's 11 a.m. What the fuck? Chaos schedule. There's more D&D drama to talk about, I suppose. Oh, this one has a DM getting in on the fun. All right. Ray's pissing me off again? Yeah, what about him? What do you mean? What about him? What about him? How did they let him get away? Fuck, I know. And you know why? You know why? Because they knew that if I had my character kicked out of the campaign, I would take it gracefully. And they're able to do that to me. But if they kicked Ray out of the campaign, Ray's player would cry and moan and bitch about it and make it everyone's fucking problem and throw a fit. And so they couldn't. So they had to treat him super, super nice. And they were able to walk all over me. This whole situation made me more able to stand up for myself. I'll say that. And I was very, very... Hey, Lerp, I'm getting mad about these goose. Message me on when you're available. I'll set up a campaign so fast. Okay. As of right now, I think Mondays are my most, like, available day. Give me a Monday. Because once summer comes around, Monday, Tuesdays are gonna be, pretty much, like, the only days that I'm not working. All right, last collage. I think I've censored everything. Yep. And last one going in the Discord. There you go. Look at that active encouragement from the DM. Oh, there was also a thing going on around that was like between me and some friends in the background where we noticed that Rowan's player traced like 80% of their arc. It was really funny. Like we could find the references on Pinterest and like do like layovers, and they were like exactly the same. Like it wasn't even a heavy reference situation. Oh, which one? Whitewash veneer? And none of these people. It was one of the new players that joined alongside Veneer. So Veneer joined the group with two other characters who were Chu and Emil, and they were played by lifelong friends who are no longer friends of mine because they cut me off due to a miscommunication thing. I think I've mentioned it on stream before. But it was Chu's player. I don't think it was like on like I don't know why that happened, to be honest. I never brought it up. I never asked because I don't think it was ever on purpose. Like I can't see you choose player like ever like doing something like that on purpose, like as like an actual like whitewashing of my character thing. I just like I think they just forgot what veneer looked like or something. I don't know. This is going in the Lurf lore doc, of course. You say that, but I'm expecting an actual Lurf lore doc on my desk. Those Google Docs are crazy, dude. Dude, I have so many Google Docs actually. Like I have a 14 page Google Doc of Lynn writing to the party after getting kicked out. And it was essentially my way of giving them all the information that Lynn knew, as well as Lynn like kind of like going over like his motivations and kind of being able to say his final piece. And your whitewash just like Vecna while it's all connected. Yeah, because wait, because Veneer's professor was like connected to Vecna as well. In the original D&D campaign. He had like toxic yaoi with Vecna or something. It was really crazy. Not Veneer. Lynn also like wrote uh like letters to everyone. I think. Where are they? Paper birds. Are these the ones when he was still sad and he apologized or no? No, that one's for Soul. Hang on. There was one where he like tore into people. I think. I don't know where they are. At the end of the day, Lynn wasn't even a witch. What the hell? Yeah. Was his name Cass? No, it was Avalaster. Let me see if I can find. I found the For Hugo letter. All right, all right. Now, I don't remember if he wrote this back when he was really sad or back when or afterwards when he was pissed. So I guess we'll find out. Ahem. For Hugo, I doubt you'll read this, but gods did I envy you. Being so unabashedly yourself. Must be nice being able to take pride in who you are no matter how much of a bastard. I always knew you hated me. To you, I'm probably the worst kind of person. A liar, a coward, a doormat. I'm going to work on that. At the very least, I won't be hiding myself anymore. You remind me a lot of my old friends, and since I know you won't accept any kind of apology or bullshit I spew out, I'll give you a piece of advice that you surely won't listen to. You're a liar. Not the same as me, but you keep shit hidden. Don't push it aside and let it come crashing down on you. It's a good group you're with. I wouldn't want to lose that if I were you, but hey, I'm shit at impression, so what do I know about what you would want? Thank you for getting me to think about my relationship with Ogma. While you won't believe this, I'm no longer actively worshipping him. In a way, I'm actually pissed at him. Part of the reason I was caught was due to him. While I doubt that is Ogma, I won't be writing notes to him anymore. From this point onward, I'll learn for myself and no one else. I think that was a good little conclusion to his relationship with Hugo. Still like pissy with him, but like in his like in between state of being like really mad and also depressed. God, the fucking toxic yaoi that could have been. I also found the exchange where Lynn like came clean to Hugo about his arm situation as well, and that was also really good. Like the little like dialogue back and forth they had was super spicy. I remember I actually sent that to Ray's player one time, and I was like, yeah, like I really liked the relationship, and like remember when this happened? And Ray's player was like, no, I don't remember that at all. And I sent it to them, and they're like, oh. I'm like, wow, wow, damn, that's fuck. Okay, I guess. Not like I was really invested in that or anything. It's not like I thought that was like a cool interaction and that you just don't remember happening at all. It's like you like erased every positive interaction that Ray and Lynn had, I guess. What's the Rowan one? Veneer to group. What's this? Oh, this was his goodbye to everyone in the group because he left the group because I was sad that I didn't want to play Veneer anymore. Oh wait, he's so nice actually. What the He's literally nice. What the fuck? He sent Rowan a birthday gift. Little guy. Alright. Alright. You should be saying what the fuck was wrong with you. Oh, fuck you, I'm leaving. Okay, well actually, I actually found um an old conversation that Veneer and Rowan had about Lynn after the initial one where Rowan wanted to send some things to Lynn. Um and like Rowan switched up like crazy. Like it improved Veneer's opinion on them like crazy. Where is it? Lynn, Rowan wrote a note to Lynn, and I was like, wait, holy shit! I think this is around the era of us wanting to get Lynn back in the party, but then Ray's player rejected it. But Rowan wrote this to Lynn. The last person you probably want to hear from is me, and I'm sending this anyway. Dumb, I know, but I feel as though I'll explode if I don't get these thoughts out of my head. I fucked up well and truly. I was full of hate and anger and hurt. I lashed out like the asshole I am. You originally spoke of Lynn as though he was an awful person. I internalized that. Still saw you as someone awful, I suppose. I saw Lynn as not you, but someone who took Adrius away from me. That is stupid when run down, isn't it? I was mourning Adrius and Beck, people who I loved with all my heart, but in my mourning I became a hypocrite. You took the awful, disgusting person I am/was in stride, still forgave my wretched existence, and I didn't even let you explain yourself. Labeled you an abuser. I was scared that you wanted me only for my ability to kill like the past. I was always stuck in the past. If you were to ever let me near, I would want to get to know Lynn. What's your favorite food? What music do you like? I would never expect you to forgive me. You should never have to do that. I just want you to be safe and happy. I'm working on myself and I still want to be better. I heard what happened after you left and no words can describe how fucked up that is. I would say I'm sorry, but sorry fixes nothing. No matter how much I tell myself I hate you or that I never want to see you again, I still find myself, I don't know, wanting to see you one last time so I could say goodbye like I didn't get to. No matter what, I still love you, Lynn. Like, the switch up was crazy. Like, at some point, it was literally only Ray's player that was stopping Lynn from coming back to the group. Yeah. And honestly, I really like that as an in-character justification for what happened. Like, that's just, like, narratively satisfying to me. Like, I forgave it. I was like, you know what? Yeah. It was a good way to explain the character reaction. And then like a little after this, Veneer, after reading that, was like, I'm a bit relieved to be honest with you. And Ron's like, you are? He's like, when we talked earlier, some of the things you said rubbed me the wrong way, if I'm being blunt. I knew you were struggling with a lot, so I tried to keep an open mind, and quite frankly, I'm glad I did. It's nice to see this, I guess. Not in a weird way, I'm just glad. I think this will turn out well. He was like, to be honest, I got really bad vibes from you when we first talked, but I was trying to be nice. But now the vibes are better. Boop 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 boop. Okay. Okay. We can still talk about this, but I'm also gonna work on my thesis. The situation is fucking crazy though. Okay, I gotta pull up what I need to make adjustments on. Oh, I didn't have bad vibes. Essentially Rowan's character ended up switching up because there was a point later on in which pretty much everyone was on board with getting Lynn back in the party because I missed him so damn much, and Ray's player was the only one stopping that. But Rowan and Veneer had a really good conversation about Lynn, and Veneer at the end of it was kind of like, to be honest, I'm really glad to hear this because when I first was talking to you, I got really bad vibes, but I was trying to be nice about it because I understood you were going through a lot, but like the vibes were rancid, but now the vibes are better. No, it wasn't someone in chat. See, this is scene 16. What did my professor say about scene 16? Right, okay, so I need to close up lines and I need to remember to fucking put in stuff that I forgot to. Man, the D&D drama was wild. And then when that campaign ended, I was fucking made to change my character in like session 1 of the next campaign I played, and I left immediately because of the vibes. This whole story makes me go, maybe it was actually good that I never found a TTRPG group that was doing an actual campaign. I have a lot of good D&D memories, but like this group in particular was there was a lot of fun moments and a lot of good times. Like there's a reason I stuck with it for so long, but the drama that was there was horrendous. Again, like this campaign ended when I was like finally having fun playing D&D again. It fucking sucked. It is usually much better than this, yeah. For that other how did it end? Essentially like half a year after Ray's player was kicked out of the game, we were like deep in the midst of like an arc where we were like finally getting into some, um big lore stuff. We were in the middle of a character's arc, a character who Vulcan's player brought in, who's Gwen, who was the partner in crime to my new character, the Collector, or Oliver, if we want to real name him. And essentially, unbeknownst to us, our DM was like feeling like a lot of burnout, and Emil's player wanted to switch out character because Emil's arc had finished. Does not say real name Oliver ever again. Please, why? Is there an Oliver I don't know about? I could just call him the Collector. Oliver's a stupid name? Yeah, well, it's his middle name. Sorry, not his middle name, it's last name. His first name is Emily. So, excuse you. Should I call him Emily instead? You want me to fucking call him? Yeah, his name is Emily Oliver. Yeah. Why is his last name a first name? Because it fucking fucking yo. Why do you think he goes by the Collector? Why is his last name a first name? It happens. Oliver is a last name sometimes. Anyway, um, Emil's player wanted to switch out to play a character from his NPCs. He was basically a sitcom character, sure. No, he wasn't. Leave him alone. That's my boy. That's really funny. And do you want to know how the campaign ended or not? Gosh, gosh. So, um, wanted to play an NPC from his backstory because Emil's arc was basically done, and said that like he didn't have to switch characters. He talked to the DM about it. As like I would like to, but like if not, I would like to give like Emil a little more something to do, and like because like like Emil's kind of at a stalemate right now, and I'm not really having a super good time playing him. Was kind of the vibe. And the DM was like, no, it's fine. Like, you can switch or whatever. And then, like, the DM was talking to Rowan's player about it, and Rowan's player was like, yeah, if Emil is not gonna be, like, in the game anymore, I'm probably gonna leave the game because I have no more attachment to the party anymore outside of Emil, so Rowan will be gone. And that night, even though we were literally planned to play, DM went, okay, we're not playing session tonight, but like hop and call in an hour, because I have something I want to talk about. And then you just ended the campaign and blamed Emil's player for it, essentially being like, listen, like there's just been a lot of character switches lately, and I don't really want to deal with that. And so campaign is just ending. Like no hiatus, no like notice, no even like let's finish the current arc that we're in the middle of right now. Just like we were gonna play that night, and then suddenly the campaign was over. No, hey, I'm sick of DMing. Maybe I can pass the mantle to someone else because we've been playing this game for 3 years. None of it. Anyway, that traumatized Emil's player and made them never want to play D&D again. Confuddles me too. Don't worry, you're not the only one. I felt really bad because I had introduced Emil's player to D&D, and I DM'd a game for him first and got him really into it, and then when that campaign had to end because I was unable to find the time to DM it, and also the players fucked up so bad that I didn't know how to continue the campaign like at all. Um I invited them to Magica, the D&D group that I are even playing in for like a year or two or so, about a year. And then we played in that year together for we played in that group together for 2 years, and then yeah, nothing good ever happens in that group. Jesus, yeah. Do 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 do. Can't believe I forgot. Oh, something that works or something, I guess. Oh yeah, Magica is the group. It was called the campaign's name was Magica Eternal. By the way, the main plot of the campaign like never came up in the campaign itself. It was really funny. Like the whole deal was that there was a magic shortage going on, and there were lots of anti-magic zones opening up, and like that was like kind of what was pitched to us. We never ran into any of those. We first like met the BBG with like no context to who they are and what they were doing about like a year and a half, no, like 2 years into the campaign. Yeah, Yeah. Fun thing is, I made Lynn's character around that plot idea. Like, one of his motivations was figuring out a way to stop the magic shortage, and but he wanted to, when he took over Athara, limit magic usage, in order to, stop, like slow the magic, drain. Can you read that 5-page rant? Which one? Adding a song to the drawing playlist. Thank you, Sis Fist. Let me pull that up. Hang on. It started playing my web player instead of actually in the playlist. Let me get it in the playlist first. Add to playlist. Bobs for Art stream. Oh, why is it fucking so loud now? Calm down. I rate rant that I post about on Discord. Sure thing. Let me grab it. Which one was it? Let me just type Lynn in and see what comes up in my Google Docs. Is it my issue with Magica? That 5? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, okay. My issue with Magica 5-page rant. But I was writing this like a formal essay, just so you know. Alright. Alright. I'll remember everything that's in here, so if this is a shitty rant, then I'm sorry. I got a little work done. I put some lines in. At the time of writing this essay, I have just announced that I will be taking a few weeks break from my Friday game of Dungeons & Dragons. It was a very difficult decision to make, considering how much I love the world and lore, as well as the people playing the game and their characters. However, I have come to the realization that the game has been very hard on me, emotionally and mentally, for a large number of reasons. I felt compelled to write this paper in an attempt to get all of my thoughts together. I want to preface this by saying that I do not blame any one specific person for all the issues I've been having. Everyone in this game is a close friend of mine, and I care about all of them. I don't think anyone intended any harm with their actions, and I don't think most of them even realize how much I have been hurt by the events of the game, both in and out of character. This is partially my fault. I'm the kind of person to bottle my feelings up and pretend I'm okay with things when I'm really not. To better organize my thoughts, I'll be pulling up references from off-time roleplay in the Discord, including one-on-one interactions, as well as pieces from text from the actual game chat of Magica Eternal. I will also reference specific instances from actual gameplay, but those are subject to my own personal misinterpretation, as I don't think my memory is always the most reliable. Hence why I think I will focus on textual evidence to showcase my problem. This isn't a proper essay. It is a way for me to go through all my emotions and come to a conclusion about my problems in a blunt and professional manner without being a complete asshole about it. And I don't want to call out one specific person with this either. With all that out of the way, in this essay, I will outline everything that I have taken issue with and why I decided taking a break would be best for me. Starting with the biggest and most obvious showcase of the major problem, and continuing on from there. That's 1 page. Are you sure you want me to go through all of this? Are you sure? I'm like writing like a formal essay. Okay. I never managed to get the textual like evidence, by the way, in this. This is just all the prelude to me getting ready to get the textual evidence. Awesome. Okay, great. I'm this person, by the way. I'm the fucking essay writer when I have a problem. The treatment of other people's characters in Magica is something I have had issues with for a long time. I know it is something that other people have taken issue with and addressed in the past as well. Despite it being brought up before, I've seen little change, so I would like to go as in-depth as possible on this topic because I believe the majority of the issues stem from this. My first character, who I will solely be referring to as Lynn in this essay for the sake of ease, was one I was extremely proud of. Magica was a chance for us to finally go in-depth with our characters and flesh out our backstories, and I feel like a lot of us got very excited about this aspect of the game. We didn't have an opportunity to dig into our characters' backstories and internal conflicts in Precipice, our previous game, and having the opportunity here, the majority of us took advantage of it and brought forward characters with complex backstories and personalities. This is also something that I did. Lynn was someone with a grand tragic backstory and acted as a bit of a puzzle to figure out. And yes, he was lawful evil. Making Lynn an evil alignment was a direct response to what happened with Clash and Precipice. I was disappointed with the direction Clash's character went in, and his rushed character development.
I felt like I really had to stretch his character to give that game a satisfying conclusion with everyone together, and while I don't think it was unrealistic, it felt like I didn't have the time to execute it properly. I don't regret my decision to give Clash a real quick redemption arc. I was just sad it didn't feel earned. And I had a complicated relationship with how I betrayed him after his alignment changed. So, going into Magicka, I thought it'd be fun to actually develop a morally corrupt character, someone selfish and manipulative who was stuck in his own views and perceptions of the world and thought that doing whatever horrible things he did would be okay in the end because it would be for the greater good. Normally, I wouldn't consider playing an evil character. While you guys at the time only knew me for playing Clash, I was actually used to playing good aligned characters, especially lawful good characters. Clash was a way for me to get out of my comfort zone, and considering how well he was received in Precipice, and how you all seemed to take moments of contention with the party in stride in Precipice, I felt like you were the perfect group for me to start playing around more with the kinds of characters that I played. When making an evil character, I wanted to make sure I didn't fall into the usual pitfalls that caused them to be taboo. I didn't want to be the person who caused direct issues in the party for the sake of causing issues. Evil player characters in Dungeons and Dragons have a bad reputation, so I wasn't going to make a murder hobo first and foremost. I wanted to make a character who wasn't going to inconvenience the party by messing with their things, threatening them, or starting conflict for conflict's sakes. And I do think that I succeeded in that regard. I know there was a lot of conflict surrounding Lin, but from my memory, I cannot recall a single time when he started something unprovoked. In fact, one of the main traits I gave him was a conflict avoidance. I didn't want there to be any infighting in the group. Arguments were something he viewed as unproductive and unfavorable for him, so he tried to escape negative interactions with the party wherever possible. It wasn't long after Lin's introduction as Adrius that people started to make suspicious jokes about him. In fact, I actually suspected something like that would happen, given how we all made similar jokes about Oswin and Precipice. Oswin, by the way, was Ray's player's character. It didn't concern me because of that, and honestly, I found them funny. I knew that Lin was a little suspicious from a meta perspective. His situation was a weird one. He claimed to be a chef that was traveling to expand his palate and try foods from various kingdoms in those kingdoms. Obviously, he was an outlier in this group. And with his overly polite and submissive persona, he stuck out as an oddity, and people immediately caught on to that. Of course, they had no proof he was evil, but the idea that he had more going on was a great assumption, and one I was trying to get off with his initial appearance. I based him off Itsuki Koizumi from The Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya, and if you've seen any clips of him, you could easily see the inspiration and vibes I was going for. I was happy about this out-of-character running gag. Little did I know at the time that this would be the worst possible thing for Lin in-game. Before I continue, I want to talk about the difference between relevant secrets and character secrets. I knocked over my cup. Anyway. Relevant secrets can be character secrets. However, character secrets are not always relevant. I believe that relevant secrets should always be the things that are revealed first, while character secrets are things that should be revealed by characters and/or player's discretion or DM discretion. The player may not always be the one playing the character, and I will explain that in a bit. A relevant secret is something your character knows, but the majority of the party doesn't, that is important for the party to know. This is either because it is plot important or it is directly going to affect the party soon. A great example of a relevant secret that had good execution in Magicka was Rowan's werewolf secret. When arriving in Lyra, Rowan realized that their past may catch up to them pretty quickly, and realized the party could be in danger if they did not inform them. While Lin is quote-unquote in his room, Rowan confronts the entire party and informs them they are a lycanthrope, that Lyra has a werewolf problem, and that the pack around here is incredibly dangerous and a threat to all of us. This reveal happened immediately after we found out there were werewolves in the area, and right before getting into a huge fight with them. And I think this secret reveal was one of the best executed in all of Magicka. Even though Lin found out by the whims of the dice, with our DM's great timing and attacking us all, it would have been hard to keep it from him for long. This secret reveal is not only great because it allowed the party to prepare mentally for a large threat, as well as letting them get to know Rowan's full capabilities, but it was also a great character moment for Rowan. People were engaged with what was going on. They questioned them about it. They actually tried to help keep it a secret and keep them away from the guards after it was supposedly reported. It was such a great story moment, and I don't think we've had one quite like it since. Now, for the other kind of secret. Character secrets. These are things that do not directly affect the party and will not anytime soon. Things like, my parents died in a fire, or my real name is Franz and I'm actually an undercover detective. These are the kinds of things that get slowly revealed over time when a character is ready to share them or when someone manages to do some digging just the right way to figure it out on their own. The Magicka party has plenty of character secrets, and they still do. However, it is very rare that I see these secrets treated with respect. So rare that I can't even remember any examples off the top of my head. I do, however, have plenty of examples of characters handling the reveals of other people's secrets poorly, and this brings me to my first intrinsic problem with the Magicka party. They treat other party members like NPCs in a video game. And that's the end of my rant. But to summarize where I was going with this, there was a great problem with trying to pull dialogue out of characters as if they were trying to, like, exhaust you of all your NPC dialogue. You know? Like, Lynn would be like, you know, like, maybe, like, allude to something that happened in the past, and he'd be like, I don't really want to talk about that. It was a rough time for me. And they're like, no, come on, like, tell us about it. Like, tell us, like, why don't you tell us about it? Are you not trustworthy? Like, why don't you tell us about it? Tell us our thing. Show us your trauma persona, Lynn. Why don't you just show us your trauma persona? Why don't you do that, huh? Your god's evil, huh? Like, you should just, like, show us all your things. Why don't you just tell us your entire traumatic backstory, huh? Because then we would trust you, you know? Like, that's kind of, like, the vibe where it was, you know? Or it's like they didn't treat him like a person in game, and it made it really hard to facilitate natural interactions that didn't end up combatively because they were trying to, like, you know, force his dialogue out of him, and that upset Lynn in character, so it started, like, conflict within the group. And this would happen to many people's characters and stuff. Or, you know, they wouldn't treat them, like, with the gravitas that it deserved. For example, my character after Lynn, her name was Imp, and she had a demon possessing her. It was like it was vaguely inspired by the dynamic between Calliope and Caliborn from Homestuck. But, you know, she had a little evil demon in her. And that was a secret that the party forced out of her that I ended up spilling way earlier than I wanted to because I was too scared to keep a secret because, oh god, what if Imp lies twice to the party and they kill her? Oh no, that was genuine fear I had. So they found out, and, you know, like, she's like, yeah, I have to chain myself up at night. It's like a really dangerous demon. I'm, like, keeping it at bay, and it scares me. And the entire party went, let's antagonize it. Let's bully the demon. Like, hey, Imp's demon, you're stupid. Blah, blah, blah. Like, you suck. Lol. And Imp was, like, horrified. Like, dude, this is serious. Like, we're gonna, like, explode. You can't do this. And no one took it seriously. And I was like, that's fucking crazy. I feel like, you know, you have a powerful demon locked inside your body. It's something that your group should take a little bit seriously, especially when you're on the lower level spectrum. They just didn't, you know? And I felt like, and, like, sure, it's, like, one thing if, like, one character just doesn't take shit seriously and that's their character, but when it's the entire group that treats people like this, it's not, oh, that's the character and that's just how they behave thing. This is a problem the entire group has, where only they view their characters as a fully fleshed out individual, and they view everyone else's characters as video game characters they're interacting with. They were not acting like people in the world, exactly. And it was something that the DM was actively worried would spread out into the story. You know, like, we would get to a serious story moment where, like, there was this other dimension we went to, and we called it the Moon Tower. It was like a Tower of Babel-esque thing that went up to the moon, and the moon was really big and scary, and we were, like, assuming that it had something to do with, like, the big villain, which it really didn't. But, like, you know, like, the DM was worried that we would get there and be like, oh, like, moon scary, uh-oh, like, what's next? Is the sun gonna fight us? Like, you know, like, we were not gonna take it seriously, and it wouldn't, like, be a cool moment. It would just, like, end up falling flat because we couldn't take anything seriously. When I'm upset about something, I'm really articulate. I'm like I'm skimming over this 5-page rant. I called it a rant, but it really just was like a formal complaint. Me formatting it like a fucking college essay. I wonder how they would handle a player knowing a secret about their PC that the PC hasn't discovered yet. Oh, you know, we didn't have that, I don't think. Not that I can remember. But, there were issues with some characters finding out about secrets before the entire party did. That was something, that became a problem, because, we did off-time RP, which was probably one of my favorite things about the campaign and one of my favorite things about, online D&D, because it allows the characters to live outside that one day of the week. And we're able to, like, flesh out relationships a lot more than I've ever been able to do in person games, because we're able to fill in that gap of, like, downtime and traveling and whatnot with, like, low stakes interactions that don't push the plot forward. And sometimes we would want to do a private RP where it would just be the DM and like 2 or 3 players who'd go off because a character was going to like talk about something that we didn't want the entire group to know about. And that became a big point of contention for Ray's player in specific because Ray's player didn't like being left out of things. And like the justification for why we liked to do that, we had 2 reasons. One was that if it's a bigger thing, we don't want it revealed just over text in off time where everyone can see. But if it's something that only one character, like a character would only be willing to tell only one other character about, it feels a little reductive to do it in session. Because imagine like we have that big reveal in session, everyone, reacts to it, but like it's only between those 2 characters. Later, when it comes out to the whole party or another character, that impact is going to be diminished for everyone because they would have already known, And so I would, like, me personally as a role player, I would prefer that the big reveal in session come out when everyone finds out about it so that everyone can have like their big reaction and stuff instead of reading it over text or hearing about it from another character and then like, then having it like diminished when like everyone else finds out because they already knew, so it wasn't that big of a deal anymore. And then the second one is that it's really no different from having a shared backstory, which is something that multiple characters have had. Like, some characters just knew shit about other characters beforehand that the rest of the party didn't know because they had a connection in their backstory. And I feel like a close bond in party where they share secrets with each other but not the rest of the group is very similar to that. So if we're okay with one, I didn't understand why we weren't okay with the other, what was kind of my feeling. And by we, I mean it was literally only Ray's player. Everyone else understood. I think the best IP I've ever had was with one of my players in the first campaign where we do text RP moments of her backstory with her mentor/father figure. Yes, I love doing backstory RP. That was one of my favorite things I did with people. I got to do backstory RP once of Veneer getting tortured in the experiments that he was in, and that was fun. I'm glad that's not canon to him anymore. That would suck if he would like had to go through trauma or something. I smile. Oh, it was great. It was great Veneer torture. Because he died during those experiments. So we were writing the torture scene where he ended up dying and getting brought back. Because Veneer wasn't mechanically an Aasimar anymore. He was mechanically a reborn because of what happened to him. Becomes canon again when the ominous mouse viewer catches up to him. The current canon Veneer lore is kind of spicy. I don't know. I think we'll have fun. I have some ideas of how like his general story is gonna go, but I do really want it to be influenced by like the games he plays and like the interactions he has and like what people convince him of. And I'm excited for like to facilitate stuff. Essentially, like I'm plotting out events that will happen over his streaming career, but I don't necessarily have like the full image in my head of how he's going to react to them because that depends on his development. Got to make him play Undertale for his own good. Oh yeah. Veneer would love Undertale. I see. I used to run a high magic game, so everyone had diplomat pouches to have text discourse in session, and like if the moment is high enough drama, some powerful being is going to intervene so that they have time to hash it out. Ooh. Yeah, we also had a rule with off timer P where if it got a little too serious, we would stop and save the interaction for session. So it's not like we were missing out on like really good in session moments either. And also, like, having private RP adds like intrigue, because then, like, oh, maybe two characters start acting a little differently for each other. It's like intrigue, like, so the rest of the party can be like, oh, like, what went on with them? Like, what were they talking about? Like, oh, I wonder what that is. Like, and then it creates incentive for their character to go fucking talk to them about it and be like, yo, what did you guys talk about? You know? I don't know. But like, you're not interested in other characters anyway, so why are you so like pressed when they go talk to each other in private? By the way, you can't hear the dialogue from my thesis, can you? I wanted to make sure I turned it off because it's going to be annoying if I'm flipping through it. Awesome. I also don't want you guys to hear my cringe voice acting. It's incredible that I went to record this in my like the professional recording studio that my school has, and it sounds worse than my Twitch audio. 2 seconds. This is a good drawing. I like this drawing. I trust my players to just DM each other. Yeah. I mean, only reason I would have my players like DM me as well is because I'm a nosy bitch and I want to know what they're talking about. I like being informed. It's like the best part about being a DM. I get to know everyone's secrets. Oh, gotta connect the ear up. I don't like that tangent, but it'll just have to be there. So, you guys want to hear about the campaign that I joined immediately after this one died? That lasted for 1 session? Okay, awesome. For me, I think you feel like players can invest in the world you create. That yeah, that too. So, um, immediately after Magica died, I joined a group. I was invited to by another friend who wasn't in Magica but knew a lot about Magica and was like, "Hey, I asked my cool DM if you could join because of like what happened." And you know, like I let the group know what happened. Like, yeah, I was traumatized. They like fucking like forcefully booted me like my character from the campaign and made me play a new character because one person had like a visceral dislike of my character. You know, they knew the situations. They're like, all right, we're gonna get you in a good game. Trust. We promise. We promise it'll be good. And so I join, and it's a Grim Hollow game. I don't know if anyone's familiar with the Grim Hollow setting. It's like a homebrew setting that's kind of like you know like a dark fantasy type thing. And you know, like I'm in there, I listen in on a session, the vibes are great, like I'm vibing. And I'm looking through the like homebrew races for Grim Hollow. And there's one fuck, what's it called again? Um what's it called? What's it called? The Weshelkind. Weshelkind or whatever. Um which is essentially based off like real changeling myths in which they are these dolls left behind by Fae after they kidnap children, essentially. And they're like fully sentient beings um that are like ostracized and stuff, and they're just like stuck in this like childish like doll body and are unable to grow up even though like they can like fully mature and stuff like that. And I was like, ooh, I could do something kind of interesting with that, because like the idea of like, you know, like being like perceived as a child despite like being a full grown adult is something I can relate to as someone with a baby face who pilot attendants have to ask my mom if I'm fucking like at least 16 to sit at the emergency exit row, and my mom is like, yeah, she's 24. So, I was like, this could be fun. I can think of like a really fun concept with this. But then a player mentions like not really like being comfy with that race due to like a past experience of someone being like weird and like making like a lolly character out of it. And I was like, that's understandable. Um I mentioned to the DM because, you know, like, oh, I had like a cool idea, but like I don't want to make anyone uncomfortable. So you know, like I'll probably think of something else. And he's like, well, like hang on, because like you seem like chill and normal. Like let's ask this player to see if it's okay. So I go and I ask the player, and I'm like, hey, I'm not gonna be weird about it. I'm not gonna be like any like whatever. Like I'm just gonna make a fucking normal character, and it'll be chill. And they were like, yeah, no, don't worry, I trust you. Like that'll be chill. And so I did. I made a normal character that was chill. Like just like, you know, like I was taking like advantage of the concept. I was like, don't worry, I'm making them an actual adult. You know, they just are a Weshelkind. And then we get to like the session or whatever, and things are going well. People are like interested. I've made like a strange little creature, like vaguely unsettling. I really wanted to like kind of like go into like the horror vibes of the setting, and it was great. The session was going great, but like I noticed like a weird vibe from that player when we were playing. And I was like, oh, like I wonder what that's about. But it's probably fine. I'm probably just having trauma flashbacks because it's reminding me a lot of Ray's player, like the way they were just existing. But like, no, it's fine. And then like literally like the next day I get like a message being like, so hey, your character made me like viscerally uncomfortable from their existence, and the design you made for them makes them look like my nephew, and I can't deal with that. And I'm like, oh, um is there like any way for me to like remedy this? Like I could do X X X X X. And they're like, no, the damage has been done. Like I don't know. Like I don't know what to do. And I'm like, I guess like I would have to like change characters. And they're like, yeah, probably. And I'm like, okay. And then I went to the DM and I was like, so this is the situation. I'm very viscerally upset by this because I everyone was aware of my past trauma. So I don't know if I'm gonna stick around or not, but I'll think about it. And then I ended up not sticking around because I was not going to fucking deal with like putting all my heart and soul into making a character and then being kicked out of a game again because someone was just upset by my character existing. Like I had like a specific conversation with that player confirming it was okay and telling them what my plan was for the character, and them being like, yeah, that's okay. And I was like, here are the vibes for the character. This is what I'm going for. Are you sure that's okay? And they're like, yeah, that sounds awesome. That sounds really cool. And then the literal next session, like the little first session I play them, they're like, so it actually wasn't cool. And I need you to change your character. And I'm really upset because I loved that concept to death. Like I was making memes about it. Like I had like drawn like a really big full piece. I hadn't really been that like passionate about a character for some time. I would love to play them somewhere else at some point because at least their concept is big enough where I feel like I can kind of drag and drop them anywhere and like fit them into whatever lore. But like I'm also like so staunchly against reusing like characters or copy pasting characters from one setting to another, so it also sucks. You have a talent for finding some really strange groups. Boy, don't I. And then the friend that invited me to that group got so mad on my behalf that I that she made an entirely new campaign for me and invited me in it and had me invite some people who were burned from Magica in as well. And we played that for a few sessions, and then some drama had happened that made me want to take a break from D&D altogether because I was very depressed. And then she said that, oh, I'm always welcome back in the group. There's always going to be a space for me. Don't worry. And then like I eventually like come back like a few months later. I'm like, hey, can I come back? I want to play D&D again. And they're like, she was like, oh, I'm sorry. I kind of realized that like 5 is kind of my sweet spot for players, and I don't know. I don't really want to have like another new player in, but like like if something happens and like you can have your space back. And I'm like, you made this game for me. You made it for me. You made it because you were upset for me and you wanted me to have a good D&D game to play in. And then I come back to the game and I haven't been able to play D&D since. It's fucked up. I wonder what these groups do in Life is Cheap, high character turnover campaigns. They just don't. They just don't. A lot of I know at least like Ray, because I actually DM'd a campaign with Ray's player in it, and sometimes I do check-in surveys, and I was like, okay, on a scale of 1 to 10, like how okay are you with your character dying? And a lot of them are like, yeah, I'm pretty okay with it. Like like if shit happens, it happens. But Ray's player was like, I'm not okay with my character dying. Period. And so I was like, okay, sure. And I had a fun flashback back to my first character death, which was in Precipice with my barbarian boy Clash, and he got like really fucking like bashed in by this like robotic bug that we were fighting, and like straight up died. And I was genuinely excited. Like everyone was teaming me, like, "Oh my god, I'm so sorry, Clash is dead. I'm so sorry." And I was like, "Are you kidding me? It's my first character death. This is so interesting. I'm like so pumped about this." Like, let's go. Like consequences for my actions. I was waiting for them to happen. It's not even that I wanted Clash to die. I really enjoyed playing him, but I was like, oh, hey, shit happens, Like I was totally fine with it. Um, but he ended up getting raised from the dead, and he had like a really cool scar that he was happy with. So if you want to continue some stuff regarding BCMI and AD&D to see which one you prefer, I've also ran a lot of Pathfinder 2 if you're interested in trying that instance as well. Dragon Bane is super cool. I've not played many other systems. I've had a lot of people try to get me into Pathfinder, but I was staunchly against it because it was my old DM and Ray's player and Rowan's player who were really into Pathfinder, and so I was turned off from it immediately. But I wouldn't. I've heard a lot of good things about the system. So maybe I wouldn't mind. I always get like a little overwhelmed at the idea of learning a new system, but that's mostly because I'm not good at like reading like rules for a system and understanding it. I need to like play a game in order to like get into it. Like I'm gonna be so honest, Sisyphus. I'm not sure I perfectly understand the mechanics of Perfect Draw, but once I'm in it, like I'll probably be good. I just need to like be in the situation in order to like comprehend what's going on. Like if you want to suggest a system to me, I don't mind it as long as it's conductive to good role play, because that's like the my main pillar I like to focus on in D&D. I'm more of like a role play exploration person than I am a combat person, though I do quite love combat. I'm just not a every other session we have like a 2 to 4 hour combat person, or every session. We had to ask Magica's DM to tone it down a bit because we were a very roleplay heavy group, and he made every encounter a deadly encounter. Sometimes we would have a boss fight and it would take 3 4 hour sessions to kill it. So that was a lot. And like, that could be fine if it was like one big boss like at the end, but if it was like every boss battle we had, and then like our regular encounters were deadly anyway, so we're used to having an entire session be a combat session, or even a session and a half, that's rough. Like it's one thing if we're like going through like a dungeon and then like we can have a combat and then still have session around that combat, or if you can even have multiple combats in a session and have it not be the entire session and we can still fucking talk and do stuff. That's peak. That happens in my in-person campaign, and when that happens, I'm like, holy shit, what do you mean that we could have a session where we do a combat and we travel somewhere and we actually make it to the place and then we have a really good roleplay moment? What do you mean that can just happen in one session? Are you kidding me? It makes sense. BMCMI is a super simple, and advanced is, well, more advanced, but it's still quite simple since the system is quite old. Pathfinder is more complex but very elegant. Having taught completely new players, I've noticed seems much easier to teach compared to 5e. Pathfinder 2, that is. Pathfinder 1 and 3.5 continuations are a lot. Okay. As long as you're willing to teach me, I'm down. I will say, just so everyone knows, my in-person D&D campaign that I get to play maybe like 6 times a year is awesome. I love my in-person game. How I got into that campaign is actually a really funny story. So, as y'all know, I work at the county fairs every year. I do henna art at the fair. And one day I like doodled like a D20 in henna on my hand. So if like my customers were into D&D, we could like talk about something interesting instead of me asking what their favorite ride at the fair was. you know and this one woman comes in and she's like, I'm asking you to do a like $150 henna and just do whatever you want, just like have fun with it, like go crazy. And I'm like, all right, queen, like whatever you say, fuck yeah. And then she notices a D20 in my hand and she's like, yo, my son actually does D&D, and he's like always looking for new characters, like players. Like we are in this area, he goes to this high school, and I'm like, holy shit, I went to that high school. And she's like, oh my gosh, and you do D&D, like I should call my son right now and like ask if he's like wants a new player for his D&D game. And I'm like, that would be fucking really cool, actually. And so she does. And she calls her son, and her son like picks up after a little bit. He's like out of breath or whatever. I think she calls him twice or something. He's like out of breath on the phone. And she's like, what's going on? Like, why are you out of breath? And he's like, oh, I'm like walking back from school, just like a little out of shape or whatever. And she's like, all right, anyway, like I'm at the henna booth, and this henna artist like it's like into D&D and like like went to your same high school, and you should like do you want to do player, because like whatever. And like I get like his contact info, and like she like sets the whole thing up. I find out later that he was not walking home from school. He had just got done having sex with just got done. He was in the middle of having sex with his partner. So like that was like the first like introduction to me, like possibly joining his campaign. He's in the middle of like having this moment with his partner. His mom calls him like, "Yo, I found this person who plays D&D who's doing henna art on my arm right now at the fair. I just met them. You should invite them into your game." He's like, "Okay, I guess." And we get together. We meet at a Panera Bread. And I bring like concept art of like the character I want to play and like the ideas that I have and like whatever. And he's like really chill, really cool. Like meeting goes well. I'm like introduced and like they're all like I'm like 22 and they're like 17, 18. So like they're like high school seniors like about to graduate, but it's a little bit like, you know, like age gap difference where I'm like it's a little awkward, but also it's like really chill. We've been playing together for like 3-4 years now. So like they're all like old now, but like I was the oldest person there. They were like, "What, you can drink?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I can't drink." But it has been some of the best D&D I've ever played. All of these people are super into their characters. They're really nice. They're very funny, and the DM is like the best DM I've ever had. Like the way that he describes things, the way that he sets up the lore, the way he structures his sessions. The way that every single character, even if we didn't explicitly tie ourselves into the lore, he made our backstories tied into the greater lore somehow. We each have some form of connection to the BBEGs and like the big bad guys. And like the greater like history of like the continent that the session takes place on. It was awesome. It was awesome. It's still awesome. We're in like the end game currently. But it's great. And of course, it helps that like Kami, the character that I play for that session, is probably not for that session, the campaign. The character I play for the campaign is probably one of the funniest characters I have ever played. I fucking love that guy. He's so stupid. And he's gone through like a really good arc. Yeah, I've talked about Kami. He's so funny. Yeah, very, very good one. I have a vivid memory of like the first time they invited me to hang out outside of session. We all went to see Thor: Love and Thunder together in theaters. We walked out of the theater and we all headed back to our cars. And my DM like comes up to me and is like, "So Lurf, like, how come you went to the movie with a bunch of minors, huh?" And I was like, "Shut the fuck up, I'm babysitting." It was so funny. Like you really came for my ass. I'm like, "Shut the fuck up. I know your mom." Half of you aren't minors anymore anyway. You went to the movie with a bunch of high schoolers, huh? I'm like, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I went to that high school. I know your drama teacher. It was also really fun hanging out with them because I got to hear like the drama that went on with my old teachers after I left high school. No, she was the goat. Shout out to that woman. I think it's the funniest way for me to get involved in a D&D campaign. And not only for me to get dragged into a D&D campaign, but an in-person campaign that has gone on for several years that I've never once had an issue with, and it's just been a great time throughout. It is a miracle that happened. She gave me a $100 tip for my henna, by the way. Finally, something good to balance out the horrors. Yeah, I mean, like, the horror of that campaign is, they're all in college or in the military now, and so we only get together over summer and winter break for, like, a few days. But we do, like, 8-hour sessions to make up for it. The DM also, made a new in-person game that was happening because he wanted to do more D&D, but that one fell apart very sadly because someone's character died and it like upset them so bad that they didn't want to come back in the campaign, and then that just kind of like flittered out. It has not been going. I said several years, not 6 years. think I was like 21 when I started. I'm 24 now, so it's been going on for 3 years. Shut the fuck up. I'm like almost like I'm barely mid 20s. Quarter of my life older than me. What the fuck old are you? Huh? A group of kids at the board game club I hang out with recently had the thing of graduating and realizing they have a much harder time finding time for D&D now. Damn. 19. I see. I see. You were the age of Rowan's player back when the drama was happening. The next year you'll be 25. I mean, my birthday's in January. I just turned 24 this year. Luckily, I'm better than Rowan's player. Yeah, thank God. At least you don't trace your artwork. Sorry, that like, making Rowan's player catch strays right now. For other like slight D&D horror stories, I did DM a game of Waterdeep Dragon Heist where the players fucked up so bad that I didn't have time in my real life to figure out how to make the like to fix everything and make the campaign like have a good satisfying conclusion. And so I had to cancel the campaign. And then one of the players is like, I'll make a fanfic where like I can like figure it out and we can have like a conclusion. I'm like, go for it. And then months later they came to me like, yeah, I just couldn't do it. Like with like everything that happened, like I went over all the information, I went over all the behind the scenes stuff, and you're right, like there was no way to fix that. Like even the players couldn't figure out a way for like things to end satisfyingly. Hot mess endings are not great. You just have to twist the knife further. One of the issues is they stopped caring about the main plot, and the plot became one of our characters got kidnapped by a mind flayer, and we need to find him. Even though the player character has already brought in a new character, like the player has already brought in a new character. Is Flow of Waterdeep the Sorky Coast might get back? True. I don't need fucking Daggall Neverember anywhere. Like I guess he's up in what Neverwinter now. I did kill Floon in the explosion, so there really were no good people left in Waterdeep aside from like I guess Renair. But I can talk about how they fucked up in Dragon Heist if folks don't mind some Dragon Heist spoilers. Okay. I'm gonna put something up on OBS so I can like mark this out in the VOD. Hang on. Where's text? Awesome. I'm gonna like actually I don't want the indent. I could just like make it put it down here. I don't think anyone is gonna like raid me or anything at this hour, so I think it can be down here. Okay. So. Um, for context, I was running the Alexandrian remix of Dragon Heist, and if you don't know what that is, it is kind of like a Waterdeep Dragon Heist fix in which they make use of all of the villains and split the Eye of Galore, which is the MacGuffin of Dragon Heist, up into multiple parts. Alexandria the God. Yeah. Sorry, not the Eye of Galore. Stone of Galore. And so the Stone of Galore is split up into the stone and 3 eyes, and those are split among various places. And so it starts with Renair has one that is stolen from him, and that is taken to the Zentarum, I believe. The Zentarum get a hold of it. The Xanathar has one in his fishbowl, and the last one is with the Castle Lanterns that they get after digging up the grave of Dagal Neverember's dead wife. And the whole plot of Dragon Heist is to get the Stone of Galore so you can find the old Lord Dagal Neverember's embezzled 500,000 gold pieces that he embezzled from the city of Waterdeep. The one that literally takes control of the players that they find it too early in the OG adventure because the writers couldn't figure out how to solve. Yeah. So, and then the stone is being fought over by the Zentarum and the Xanathar, and that is the first piece that the player should stumble upon. So anyway, things were going well. So bad happens to me, that is so fucking stupid. Things were going well to start with. They had a decent relationship with Jarlaxle, aka Zord, aka whatever fucking persona that Jarlaxle wanted to don with his hat of disguise. They do like 3 different versions of him. It was great. It was a good time. But one of the players was like really in with him, and they let him know of the existence of the stones and the eyes, which means that he became like an active player in Dragon Heist, which is fun. Very good, fun times. And because of this relationship, when they go to the Growlhun Manor, where all of the major groups are there fighting over the physical Stone of Galore, instead of, getting the stone like they're probably supposed to, I had it on a timer thing, so like after X amount of rounds, like this thing is going to happen, and they got there right as Jarlaxle's goons, like his drow, got a hold of the stone and were about to make their escape, because Jarlaxle's the only person without a piece of the stone, so it goes to him if he figures out that it exists. And our player who had an in with Jarlaxle looked at the drow and went, "You guys can have it." But the rest of the party was unaware of that, so Jarlaxle got a hold of that. None of the party members had a hold of the stone, and they were off to figure out what the fuck they were gonna do about that. Now, the middle of this area gets like a little wishy-washy for me, just because like I don't remember what the fuck they were doing in the space between like point A and point B. But I know the point where it started going really downhill. The player that had an in with Jarlaxle was on the run from the Xanathar due to his backstory. Essentially, he stole some shit from the Xanathar. Like he had like a gambling addiction and was part of the Xanathar guild and kind of wasted their money, and the Xanathar was fucking pissed at him. And at some point, when they were around in the sewers doing a chore for the Lord's Alliance, they ended up running into the one of the mind flayers that works for the Xanathar. I forget his name. But he recognized this guy and is like, the Xanathar wants to speak with this motherfucker. So we have like a fun little mind flayer fight where I was really hoping that the character's name was Elric. I was hoping that Elric would come straight in front, so the fight wouldn't be, oh no, we're fighting a mind flayer, but rather the mind flayer has a very specific goal of getting this person to the Xanathar, and the party doesn't know that's its goal. And it ended up succeeding because Elrich, our fucking like Fey touch druid, decided instead of like doing anything from range. He was just gonna jump it like right at the Mind Flayer and try to get into melee, even though he clearly knew that the Mind Flayer wanted him. And then the fucking Mind Flayer just fucking plane shifted out of there or whatever. I forget exactly what he did, but they just yoinked him out of there, and everyone was like, "Holy shit, we gotta find Elric," and that became the campaign plot. Like, oh shit, we gotta find him. So they like infiltrate the Xanathar's lair, and in doing so, they Oh, actually, before this, I forgot about my favorite part of the campaign. Actually, I did something really cool. I think this is like one of my favorite things I did during the Dragon Heist campaign. Jarlaxle wanted to test whether or not he could trust the party. Okay, so I can't believe I forgot the point from A to B. Here's the fun, interesting part that happened in between A and B. Jarlaxle wanted to test if he could trust the party or not to get in on his schemes and shenanigans, because he was like the villain that the party had like the best rep with. And shut up, Sisyphus. He essentially staged this idea that, like, oh no, the Stone of Galore was stolen from me by the Xanathar's Guild, and I need you guys to go hunt it down and bring it back to me, please, pretty please, thank you. And he was gonna see whether they returned it or not. And it was an entire ruse that was thought up by him. He had some of his men disguised as Xanathar goons, and the others there, he was like, oh yeah, for the folks he didn't have hats of disguise for, he's like, yeah, there's a Mind Flayer down there, and they put tadpoles in their brain, and they're controlling them. It's crazy, you know, because Jarlaxle loves bullshitting and making shit up. So they basically he lured them over to the City of the Dead, which is kind of like the graveyard. And we had this really fun fight where essentially I had it going by minion like rules, where like if one of the men got hit by anything, they would go down instantly instead of like fighting to the death or whatever. They would just like drop, and I would have them like pretend to be dead essentially. So they were fighting people who were just pretending to go down instead of actually going down. And there was a really fun moment in the middle of the fight where the warlock had hex on one of the folks and attempted to move it, and I was like, your hex does not move, it stays on the person actually. And everyone was like, what the fuck does that mean? What do you mean? What do you mean it stays on them? And I was like, hee, they don't know that he's not actually down, he's just prone. Anyway, they go through the fight, they get the Stone of Galore, and they all discuss how they're not they're not going to give it to Jarlaxle, and Jarlaxle's watching the whole thing invisible, and someone actually ends up like sensing that there's an invisible person nearby, and Jarlaxle draws a shitty doodle in the snow to fuck with them and runs off. It was funny. It was very silly of him. Anyway, Jarlaxle's like, okay, I can't trust these people. Like, lock in. Nope, not trusting them, but I know where the stone is, and I can get it in time. And Jarlaxle's men kind of like surrender, pack up, and they drag off the quote-unquote corpses of their buddies so they can all retreat back to whence they came. However, Elric takes the fucking stone and gives it back to Jarlaxle behind the party's back. Because he's a fucking snitch. Like a bastard. For fun extra context, Elric was being played by the DM of Magica. just as like a fun thing. Ray's player was also in that game, as well as Rowan's player, as well as Chew and Emil's players. And Soul's player. Soul's player wasn't there. Soul's player was spectating. Anyway. All the hits, yeah. Anyway, so at that point, Jarlaxle has the Stone of Galore once more. Elric has been kidnapped, except the party doesn't know that after getting kidnapped, bro managed to sweet talk and to get a fucking deal with the Xanathar, and he was out of there. And he decided not to return to the party for whatever reason, and he decided to go bunker down with Jarlaxle. So he's hanging out with Jarlaxle now. Player characters working on bringing in the player is working on bringing in a new player character, who ends up not lasting and eventually like leaves, and he becomes like a co-DM for me. But anyway, they go down to Xanathar's lair. And they're like, we need to bring someone in who can help us. And so they hire a guy. And this guy is Jarlaxle, but they don't know it's Jarlaxle. I forget how that happened. I think someone else informed them, or like Elric gave him the idea and was like, you should go and pose as someone who was like a friend of mine in the Xanathar guild to like help them out or whatever. Like Elric was pulling some fucking strings, but anyway, Jarlaxle Jarlaxle joins them in disguise. And he has like a stupid fucking name, and I forget what name he had, but it was really fucking dumb, and I loved it. Um, so he goes in the sewers with them, and they're like, okay, while we're here, we're also gonna look out for the Eye of Galore that the Xanathar has. Except they don't do that, they forget, and they just search around for the eye, and they split up, and Jarlaxle ends up searching around and stumbles upon the fucking fishbowl, and he gets the eye. However, in the Xanathar's lair, there's also this funny little thing where if you fail a check, you can get an effect, and Jarlaxle got an effect that made him attack the nearest thing. I forgot he had legendary resistances at the time, so he could have overcome this, but this result was far funnier. So Jarlaxle got this violent effect that made him attack anything in the, like, like, whatever radius he was in for a little bit, and he killed the Xanathar's goldfish. And if you don't know, you do not fuck with the Xanathar's goldfish. That's like the worst possible thing you can fucking do. So he became Jarlaxle. Yeah. yeah. Listen, he was being crafty with it, you know? He was gonna be in, be out, like it wasn't gonna be an issue. He was gonna get the money so he could, give back to the city, get in good with the Lord's Alliance, and get what he needed to get done. I forget the town he was repairing. It's not Neverwinter, it's something else. That city that Jarlaxle took over. It was a shithole. Anyway, yeah, so he kills the Xanathar's goldfish, and then he skedaddles. I love the bit of the guild switching at the goldfish whenever it dies, so Xanathar doesn't notice and goes in a murder spree. Yeah. They did not have time to notice. So the Xanathar sees his goldfish is missing. Like, Jarlaxle's not stupid. He recovers. He's like, I can't leave that in there, or else the Xanathar is going to kill everything if it sees its goldfish is dead. So I need to at least, like, pretend it's been kidnapped or something. So, like, they can get it back. So, he writes a little note and he skedaddles. He blames it on the party. Jarlaxle doesn't have Revivify. And so the Xanathar, notices his goldfish has been, quote-unquote, kidnapped. And, he gets really, really mad. And he finds the party. And the party managed to convince him that it wasn't them, and they'll get the goldfish back. They promise they'll get it back. Somehow they managed to get out of that. Like, good for them. Thank God. And then they're out of there. And they don't complete either of their goals. And after coming face to face with the Xanathar and getting on his bad side, they're on the bad side of the Xanathar now, and they're on the bad side of the of Jarlaxle. And one of the players got on the bad side of the Lord's Alliance because part of his backstory is that he was a member of the Zentarum, and he had a friend who was in with the Lord's Alliance. His parents were, like, high up within the Lord's Alliance, within Waterdeep. And his sister killed his friend, and he didn't stop it. So, members of the Lord's Alliance found out about that shit. So now the Lord's Alliance are not happy with the party either. So, like, we're making some enemies here on both good and bad and neutral sides of this conflict. Unbeknownst to the rest of the group, there's this fun mechanic where if a player is absent for a session, maybe multiple sessions, you can have this fun little thing happen where they were kidnapped and replaced with a simulacrum by Manchun. who is the leader of the Zentarum in Waterdeep, and that happened to our wizard, and our wizard got in good with Manchun. Our wizard was like, "Yeah, I'll help you, Manchun." Like no one in this party is like doing anything good. They're not working together. And so Manchun is like, "Well, fuck yeah, I got an in on the party, but I don't trust you. So I'm bringing this guy in here, and you can hang out with my buddy Harl, and you're gonna babysit Harl." And I was in the Waterdeep Dragon Heist DM Discord, and there was this fun thing that one DM came up with, which was Harl, which is essentially a Manchun clone that like the current Manchun of the Zentarum whipped into submission, in quotes, and Harl is basically like kind of like a fun wild card that you can like throw in with the party to like have be like both against Manchun and for Manchun, and it's kind of like a fun like little like lead in into Mad Mage, and they have like some stuff you can do with Mad Mage for that. So I was setting up for the future. But Harl was with the party, which means Manchun has like 2 spies in the party right now if the wizard doesn't follow through. So they're hanging out with Harl. Harl went in there with the Xanathar. Harl's part of the reason they made it out alive. And Harl's basically like, "Oh no, I have amnesia. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know who I am. I'm just a little guy. Like, you know?" Manchun Wars is so fucking funny. I love the Manchun. I really wanted to play around with that. So they were hanging out with the Manchun clone. And that's important. Anyway, because of all this, Durahay, our wizard, who is being played by Ray's player, was like, "You know, I know exactly where we can hide away from the Xanathar." And he calls up Manchun. And he's like, "Hi, Manchun. We want to hang out." And Manchun's like, "Yeah, fuck it. Like, come hang out." And so they go start hanging out in Cobalt Towers with Manchun. And it looks like they're gonna start working with Manchun, you know? Like, they're gonna, like, side with him in the conflict. And then they do some fun things. They have dinner with Manchun, and one of them tries to cast a cantrip at the table, and I thought it'd be a really funny power move if Manchun cast Counterspell and went no magic at the table. So that happened, and I think that was one of, like, the funniest things that happened in the entire campaign. You're just like flexing how powerful he is, you know? Like, he'll waste a counterspell on a cantrip because he doesn't want magic being used at his dinner table. So anyway, they were in like Manchun's good graces. They were working together, having a good time. So you think, all right, they're gonna like hang out with Manchun. And the party's like actually like, "No, we have to go find Elric, who is still missing, and even though we're pretty sure he's dead." And so they leave Manchun, they just like betray him or whatever, and they just abandon him, and they're like, "Yeah, fuck him." And they don't even get the eye. Like, you know, like fucking Jarlaxa was like trying to like hit them up, being like, "Yo, if you're in Manchun's lair, like, could you like give me like an in or like whatever? Like, no big deal. Like, I just want to talk. I just want to talk to Manchun. It's like no big deal or anything. It's not like he has something I want." They didn't do that. And they didn't get the eye for themselves that Manchun has, even though they had a perfect in to Cobalt Towers and no one was attacking them because they were like they were like hanging out with Manchun. Like, no one was hostile towards them. They were getting along with everyone there. But they just left. They just left Manchun, and they took Harl with them. So Harl knew that they were no longer on Manchun's side. So Manchun knew they were no longer on his side. So now they're on Manchun's bad side, as well as the Xanathar, as well as Jarlaxle, as well as the Lord's Alliance. And they end up talking to their neighbor, who's a detective, who's secretly a demon, but he's chill. And they're like, "Okay, we need to figure out like how to get more of the eyes. We're gonna ask this private investigator to look into this, so we can like look into Elric." And I was like, "Okay, this is fun. You don't have the funds to pay him, so he's actually gonna be like, okay, I would love to help you work on this case. However, I am knee deep in this little murder mystery that I just propped up, and this is a way for me to get our warlock's backstory into the campaign a little bit." So I was like, "There's this little murder mystery going on here. So, can you handle that for me? And if you handle that for me, I'll have time to look into your thing, and I'll get you a discount." Was kind of the idea. So they start doing this. Um, and so the idea was this is the warlock had some backstory involving Mummy Rod and stuff with his dad and whatever, and I was bringing that in there. The details of that are not important. However, the important thing is I brought mummies into Waterdeep. And there was someone who died of this and like was kind of like shriveled up in front of like the one of like the big libraries in Waterdeep. And it was like quarantined off and the guards were there. And the red herring idea was like, oh, there's like this big bite on their like shoulder, like neck area, and they're like they're like, you know, like drained of all liquids. And so the red herring was, oh, it's a vampire. But you know, if they looked at the body for 2 seconds, it would be obvious that it was a fucking mummy and not a vampire, because that's not what vampire bites look like, and that vampires don't do that to your body. Like they don't make you like, you know, fucking crumple into like near dust. So the stupid guards are like, yeah, like he's got like a bite mark or whatever. And then they just decide to take the guards' words at face value, and they're like, yeah, it must have been a vampire. Like, look, they turned into a vampire, and then when the sun came up, they got like all like shriveled up and shit because they became a vampire because they were bitten by a vampire. And everyone was like, yes, this makes perfect sense. And they find out like an area of where this quote unquote vampire could have been hiding out. And instead of being smart about it, the party decides to split, and they separate themselves about 2 megalodons in length. Their words, not mine. So they send someone out like a lot further out so she can be bait to lure the vampire out of the warehouse. And so the rest of the party's standing 2 megalodons away. That's like, how big is a megalodon again? I think that's like 120 feet. How long was the megalodon? 60 feet. Yeah, so they were like 120 feet away. That is not a good distance away to be from one of your party members when you're about to face a dangerous adversary. It simply isn't. Anyway, it doesn't end well because instead of, you know, like luring out a vampire, she gets trapped in the mummy room full of like a bunch of like mummies. There were some like ancient like, you know, sarcophaguses, and there was like a mummy lord in there, and you know, she was a little scary due to some stuff that our warlock's dad was like smuggling in for research purposes. So that was no good. And then they left the party member there because they weren't able to rescue her, so they just like abandoned her. And I was like, okay, you have a few hours before like she succumbs to mummy rot or something. Like I was kind of giving them like an out to like save her, you know? So they're like, all right, we know. We're gonna contact all the hits. Renair, you're with the Harpers, right? So can you help us get like a bunch of Harpers together so we can infiltrate this stuff and save our friends? And Renair is like, of course, my good friends. Even though you haven't paid me back for the money I loaned you or whatever, you saved my boyfriend Floon. I'm here for you. My good old pals. And so he gets a bunch of Harpers together, and they go to this place, and he's like, all right, what do you need us to do? And they're like, actually, we don't need you anymore. And Renair's like, what? You know, I went through all this trouble. I put myself out for you. Like, I get members of the Harpers together, and you don't need us. And they're like, no. We're gonna like blow up a hole in the roof, and you guys are about being stealthy, and we're not gonna be stealthy about this. So you can like leave. And Renair's like, are you sure? Because like we could just like you sure you still don't need the extra numbers? And they're like, no. We're gonna like extract them from the roof after blowing it up and drawing attention to ourselves. And we're like, I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think you should be causing destruction of property. Like, party's like, no, don't worry. Like, you guys can go. And so now they're on bad terms with the Harpers. And Renair. So they leave. And they do that, it fails. They have to fight the mummies, and they nearly all die because they did need the extra fucking numbers. They did. But they managed to save the party member. And then they get back to the guy, and they're like, hey, we figured it out. It was mummies. And he's like, great. So you wanted me to look into these eyes of galore for you. And the party goes, actually, no. Can you help us find our good friend Elric, who we're pretty sure is dead, but he might not be dead? And he's like, are you sure? Because you were saying you wanted something else earlier. They're like, no. We want to find our good friend Elric, who was kidnapped by a mind flayer and was taken to the Xanathar. who we're convinced is probably dead, but like, what if he's not dead? And he's like, yeah, sure, I can look into that for you. No problem. And the party's like, great. Now what? Where the fuck we stay? Because the Xanathar is still after us. And they decide to go stay with Jarlaxle. And as this is going on, I'm not having, Jarlaxle do nothing. And so I decide, okay, Jarlaxle has Stona Galore in one eye. He's getting like, I don't know, like things are going really well for him. And so I decide he's gonna go rob the Castlelanters. Like, he's gonna figure out the Castlelanters have the next eye. Like we like many sessions have passed since the Xanathar incident, so I think it's time for like progress to be made in the background again. And so, and I figure if I have the Castlelanters' eye get stolen, that will cause them to have some desperation to invite the party over and try to like manipulate them into helping their children, right? And that'll be my way to get the party back on track on the story again, right? So that happens. And during this time, the party decides to stay with Jarlaxle. Like, they decide to stay on Zord's ship, and they're just hanging out there, and they're rooming with him. So he has like an eye on the party at all times. But also Harl is there, so he's also like hanging out there, and fucking Manshun knows where he's at, and where the party's at. And it's just a mess. It's starting to be like a really big mess behind the scenes. And so the party goes to the Castlelanters, and they're like, please help us, like the devil has cursed our children, and we need your help to like help us get the stone and eyes of Galore so we can get the money to give to the devil to save our children so they don't turn into demons. Please, we're just a regular noble family, and we're not evil. We're not going to sacrifice many people at the end of the month. We're not. And so the party is like, we don't really trust these Castellanter people, and they decide to detect thoughts. And then the Castellanters pass their checks, so they're able to tell when they dig deeper, and the Castellanters are instantly deeply offended. And they're like, how dare you do this? Like, how dare you come in here as we're pleading for you, and you try to dig into our thoughts and read our minds. And now they're on bad terms with the Castellanters. And then Jarlaxle has like 2 eyes and a stone. And he really only needs to get Manshun's stone. And the rest of the party is still like, but where is Elric though? And I tried to ask them, I was like, guys, like, Elric's player is like literally my co-DM right now. Like, I know you guys want him back. I don't think can we like at least focus a little bit on the story though? Like, please, like as your DM, I'm asking for focus. It never happened. No, they never locked in. And I got to a point where I was like, Jarlaxle's just gonna fucking win. And then, like, what's gonna happen? Like, it's not even gonna be interesting because they're not even following the main plot line. So it's not like they're gonna, like, realize Jarlaxle has the stones and they're gonna win and go. But that turns with Durnan as well. Fuck, let me remember who Durnan is right now. Oh, the Iron Portal? Oh, yeah. They forgot Durnan. They just completely forgot about Durnan. I don't think they ever had more than one conversation with Durnan. It's fucked up. They never went back to the yawning portal after like their first meeting. Which sucks. And like, like they had like interactions with like most people, like a bunch of people as well. Like they also weren't on great terms with the other Zentarum, like the separate group that was like trying to like better the Zentarum name, like the non-Manshun aligned Zentarum. They also weren't on good terms with them. And then I remember that the Order of the Gauntlet, is it? They tried to invite our warlock in because he was delusional and thought he was a celestial warlock Aasimar when he was not. But they were like, hey, you fit our values, you fit our vibes, do you want to join us? And he was like, no. So they also weren't on good terms with him either. They're like, oh, okay, I guess. I think they gave Durnan stats. Yeah, I remember him being crazy powerful. He has like 4 attacks that he uses during the troll fight at the beginning of the campaign. Like that guy is the reason the troll dies. So yeah, they're not on good terms with anyone. I'm like, Darlax is gonna win, and it's not even gonna be satisfying. Like, like he's just gonna get fucking Manchun's eye, and then like what? He's gonna like leave a note to the party with like a bit of gold, and it's like, oh, thanks for helping me, ta ta. Like I couldn't think of anything to like make it interesting. Dude, like I honestly like CR means nothing in these games anymore. But like Jarlaxle could kick his ass, yeah. Jarlaxle's stat block is a lot of fun to play with. I can't believe they nerfed Durnan. So yeah, I just couldn't think of a way for like them to get them back onto the story because every single like path they also cut contact with Vajra and like the mages. Fuck, what were they called again? Order of the Blackstaff? Or fuck, what was your group? Um what faction is she like head of? I forget the faction, but they got on bad terms with the Blackstaff because they were doing really well for her. And then like there was like Vajra, we can't associate with you anymore. You're gonna have to do everything else on your own. Goodbye. When they were going to hide out with Manchun. Which is funny because like I was thinking about maybe imitating another DM and having like Vajra and Manchun do some stuff in the background with each other. But I didn't end up doing that because like things were getting messy. I was like, okay, we need to like consolidate. Like we need to like get shit together. How can I get the party back on track? And I looked at every single avenue, and it's like Jarlaxle doesn't trust them. They betrayed Manchun. The Xanathar is after them. The Lord's Alliance doesn't like them. The fucking Gauntlet group doesn't like them. They never touched the Emerald, like fucking, fuck. I can't remember all the faction names right now. Waterdeep factions. Hang on. The Emerald Enclave. They never touched the Emerald Enclave. Um, they weren't on good terms with the Order Gauntlet. Weren't on good terms with the Zentarum. Not on good terms with Brigandere. Greyhands. They were not on good terms with the Greyhands. They were not on good terms with the Harpers. And I'm just like, guys, I think Volo is the only person who likes you. And that's not good because Volo is fucking useless. Like, what's he gonna do? Volo doesn't know what's going on. He's writing a new book. So yeah, I just didn't know what to do at that point. Like, I couldn't get them back involved with the plot. And even if Jarlaxle was going to win, I couldn't have it be in a really fun, spectacular way because they weren't following the plot anyway. Like the best I could do is maybe like they see Jarlaxle and I'm like going off somewhere with like a bunch of men and you're like, oh, that looks suspicious. Maybe you should like follow them. Like I try to like urge them to follow him. And they like see him like produce like the Stone of Galore and then like maybe like fight him there or like go in there with him or like something. But like then that would require them to actually follow the plot that I'm giving them. And they were every single time that I like reached a hand out to them and I was like, grab this, and we'll pull you back into the plot of Waterdeep Dragon Heist. They just like look the other way and they're like, oh my god, wait, is that Elric over there? And then they run away. Me on good terms with Volo might be a hindrance, actually. Yeah, it was. Anyway, so I didn't know what to do, so I had to cancel the campaign. Because they fucked it up so bad. That's the end of my Dragon Heist spoilers. We can still talk about it in vague terms. Just like no specifics on like what goes on in Dragon Heist now. I hope I hope you can see my struggle. I had a lot of fun running that group too because I was like really in on like tying all their shit in to the actual story or at least like giving them all stuff to do. Can't believe the Volo personally fucked her the party like that. It's crazy, yeah. Fun fact actually, I did briefly run Baldur's Gate 3 as an actual D&D game. And I invited one of my Waterdeep players into that, and they wanted to use their character from Waterdeep. So we set it like post Waterdeep Dragon Heist, and we had it so Volo knew him. So like when they went into the Grove, like Volo was like, "Oh my goodness, is that my good friend?" And that was very fun. Mysterious Mayonnaise, thank you for the first time chat. It's been a hot minute since I last heard about D&D, so I legit thought you were talking about Ninjago. Shows where my brain's at. Ninjago's good. I grew up with Ninjago. It's peak. Yeah. My good, close personal friend from Waterdeep. I miss Baldur's Gate 3, but it was an actual D&D campaign. That was really fun. They saved the Grove. To quote Volo's guide, do not listen to Volo. Avoid being seen with him for risk of guilt by association. If Volo appears in your campaign, your DM is undoubtedly trying to kill your character in a way that can be blamed on your own actions. The DM is probably trying to do that anyways, but with Volo's appearance, you know it for sure. Yeah, I love putting Volo in my games. That's why I like Dragon Heist so much. And why I had a lot of fun with the Baldur's Gate 3 thing. Volo is such like a fun character to have fucking around with the party. He really wanted to take someone's eye out. Though I will say it's really fucked up that like Baldur's Gate 3 twinkifies Volo when he's such like a round man. Was anyone else sad by that? Or was it just me? I had no mental image of what Lolo looked like prior. Damn. We're not sure that Elminster's commentary is all that trustworthy either, but he turned us into flumps the last time we mentioned him in one of these disclaimers. I love Elminster. I love those two. But yeah, it was fucking evil that they made him a twink. Also, I never finished a BG3 playthrough. Now that I think about it, made it to Act 3 a couple times and never managed to gather enough energy to actually finish a playthrough. It kind of struggles during Act 3. In my campaign, my original idea was to actually switch Act 2 and Act 3 because I felt like Act 2 worked a little better, and then have basically a finale where we have an Act 4 where you get to go to the upper city of Baldur's Gate and deal with like the bigger bads and fight the end boss. Good night, mouse viewer. Act 2 is just better, yeah. Yeah, like I think like lower city Baldur's Gate is like a good act 2 to kind of like start like getting into like companion and backstory stuff and like prep work and whatnot, and then you can go and deal with the plot of act 2, which is really really solid. And you could also meet the other two of the three in the lower area of Baldur's Gate to like build them up a little bit, and also build up the threat in Act 2 more. So then like you have this like big conflict in Act 2, and then when you come back to Baldur's Gate, like you're aware of the other two already. They're not just coming out of nowhere, and you can fight them, and you do all the cool stuff. Um, I decided like it would be a bit better structured that way. Um, I would just like basically have like the Underdark uh path lead straight to the city, and they would do like a little bit of backtracking because they would realize like, oh, like Halcyon or whoever was like going to meet us in the city didn't meet us, and like said like, oh, he was gonna like deal with something here, so like we should go deal with that because like he had like the cure for our tadpoles there, and that would be like pushing them back over there for when they were ready. I was also serial re-rolling my characters. I get level 6 in a class. I go, actually, I want to play that class instead. Instead of just re-specking into in the mirror, I started entirely new playthrough every time. That's so real. When I was playing Baldur's Gate 3, there's this moment in the Underdark where a drow kills someone in cutscene. And I had made Veneer in Baldur's Gate 3 because I wanted to, because it was fun. And I saw that moment, I was like, if this is a real D&D campaign, I would have tried to stop that. But because it's not, I wasn't able to stop that. And I was like, man, I wish this was a real D&D campaign. And then I made it one. Because there were just so many little moments where I was like, if this is a real campaign, I could do this, you know? Like, it just made me want to play real D&D. Uh, Running BD3 also made me figure out my favorite way to do parties, because I think parties are really hard to run in D&D, or just like in TTRPGs in general. Because like usually like, you know, you give like your players like a room with like a bunch of people in it, a bunch of things happening, and they don't really know where to go or anything like that. So if they don't have an explicit plan within the party, I have like various encounters, and I have them roll for a party encounter, and it kind of like brings them into stuff, and that worked really well. Moments like that are so jarring in BG3, since overall it tries to be pretty good at allowing different things. Yeah, that's why it like hits way more. Like especially because like there are really good things of like, oh, I wasn't able to pass this strength check to turn the statue. Like if only it was like oiled up more, like it would be easier to turn. And then you can cast grease on it, and then it works, and you can turn it. I didn't think that would work, but it did, and I was like, oh my god, this is just like D&D, where I could like come up with a creative solution and it works. And so when there are like things where it's like very strict and it's like this event happens exactly like this and there's no way to alter it or change it or do anything about it, then I'm like, whoa, I'm playing a video game. I don't like that. I want to play D&D. I miss D&D. And not that BG3 is a fucking awesome game. It's really good. I'll stick around for half an hour more, but I have to get to bed soon myself. Gotta be somewhere in 9 hours. Yeah, of course. Really thought I was gonna drop in here today, but I've been yapping too much. Something I found interesting looking at first edition stuff is that it says the players should decide two roles It shows the players to decide two roles: a mapper and a caller. The mapper maps out the dungeon as it's being described, while the caller checks what all the players want to do at a moment, and then relay that to the GM, which I found interesting. Yeah, that I think I've heard a bit about that. I guess to like take some of the responsibility off of the dungeon master. You met the mapper before, but the caller is really fascinating. I'm curious how that works. Like it like do they ask while the DM is describing stuff? Do they ask after? And like why can't the DM ask? Or is it like the caller like keeps track of what everyone says they're going to do, so then like when the DM asks they can refer back to the caller who has everything written down or something? He's supposed to stop impulsiveness as interrupting to state actions. Oh. That would be helpful. Have some vanishing lines, but should be good once I get those in. Man, I miss role-playing games. Okay. The DM describes the scene, the players tell the caller what they want to do, and the caller relays to the DM after they've all decided. I guess that gives a window for the GM to check notes and such while the players deliberate. Oh, I see. I see. That makes sense. That makes sense. The DM describes it, and then the mapper starts mapping it out. And then as the mapper's mapping it out, all the players talk about what they want to do. Caller like notes that down, and the DM checks their like notes and stuff to like get ready for what the players are about to do, and then the caller relays it. Okay, yeah. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, this looks good enough. Let's do save as version 3 and export it as well. Version 3, export. Gives an official stamp of this action is actually happening as well, instead of a player jokingly say, I do this, and then retract it. Yeah. Man. Oh, I want to play D&D. What the hell? Alright. Time for this one. Let me pull up scene 14 on my sync sketch. Alright, I need a slow in. First of all, let's just like zoom out of this thing. Sheesh. See here. Around frame 30. Okay, so from around here, a slow in. Wait, hang on. So from 30, add a drawing 1, 2. Okay. I see what I'm meant to do. So from 30 here. I'm being shuffled off into a new yo, you need a job due program tomorrow. That's the thing I need to be in 9 hours. I should hopefully have a good grasp of when I'll be free then. Ideally, we'll get proof of draw running soon. Fuck yeah! I'm so pumped. I'm so pumped. I can't wait to make Conrad exist and be fucking annoying. I need to figure out what kind of voice I want to give him. I don't know. Alright, because 32 is kind of held for a while. So I need 1, 2, 3 more drawings. 1, 2, 3. This is like a slow. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. I think this should be good. I'm trying to think of any other D&D stories that I have. If I have any. I'm sure I do. I've been in many a campaign. Streamer's brain is stuck in D&D. It is. It is. If you want to pull me out of it, you're free to. Can no longer form thoughts outside of TTRPGs. Give me something to have a thought about then. Huh? What about that? Sure, what's the worst anime you watched recently? Whoa, that's a good one. That's a good one. I mean, we could do both. Hang on. I've mostly been watching anime with Jelly, so let me check our list. Worst anime I watched recently was Nande Kokuni Sensei ga, or Sensei, What Are You Doing Here? It is an ecchi anime about a bunch of students getting into like vaguely sexual relationships with their teacher. We watched it because we thought it would be bad, and it was. Apparently it was like on like Jelly's like anime watch wish list back when their server was an anime watch server, and they dropped it. And Jelly was like, if there's one person that I'd be able to tank this with, it's you. And we tanked it. It was not good. I don't recommend it. I don't recommend sitting through it. However, the last sensei was fucking awesome. She was very autistic. And Jelly and I liked her a lot. And we made our own fun making up headcanons about her. Whoa. I forgot that this program doesn't work like Photoshop. My bad. There we go. Yep. Yeah, that's the worst one I've seen. We also watched Shimonetta, but that one was like, it's less like bad and more just like stupid. Normally, when I ask someone about something bad they consume, it's not because I want to consume that same thing. I mean, teach their own. I get morbidly curious about something. You can tell me about like this like super dog shit show, and I'll be like, I need to see what the fuck is going on in this thing. I got to see how bad it is for myself. Jelly and I have like officially known each other for like over a year now. And that means we've been watching anime about like once a week for a year. I find that kind of crazy to think about. We have a very varied list. I still find it impressive that the only anime we have ever dropped was the Umineko anime. We just couldn't make it through. We didn't even make it halfway. I have a friend I usually watch anime with, but yesterday we watched the first episode of the BSG miniseries. Ooh. It wasn't even like a too much love for Umineko thing. It's just like, I don't know. You would just like, it puts you in a fugue state. It just like, it wasn't even bad in like a fun way, you know? Like, we were just sitting there and then like, we like made it to like episode like 4 or 5 of the anime and then it finished up, or like we paused in the middle of it and talked for 2 hours about the real Umineko, and then I said, Jelly, do you just want to read Higurashi instead? And Jelly went, yeah. And then we read Higurashi. It was a minute and 44 seconds long. We were in the call for 3 hours almost. That's so real. So it's Shangri-La Frontier? I don't know what that is, but maybe. Do you want the list of animes that we've watched? It's a fun list. It's a gaming anime for gamers. Oh. Animes Jelly and I have watched together in order. The Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya and the Disappearance of Haruhi Suzumiya. Princess Tutu. The Disappearance of Yuki Nagato-chan. What's it doing that? What? What the fuck happened? Hello? Anyway, Disappearance of Yuki Nagato-chan. The Umineko anime, which we dropped. Mirai Nikki, A Centaur's Life, which sucked. Oh Maidens in Your Savage Season. Monster Musume. Please Don't Toy With Me, Nagatoro-san. Mawaru Penguin Drum. Mariaholic. Citrus. Then we watched the Sonic live action movies, all 3 of them. And we watched Sonic Prime. And then we watched the Sonic movie OVA. We watched Kurositsuji / Black Butler. Princess Principal. Chainsaw Man. Nande Kokuni Sensei ga. Shimonetta, A Boring World Where Dirty Jokes Don't Exist. Little Witch Academia, Dorehedoro, and Kobayashi's Dragon Maid. And we are now in the middle of watching Assassinating Classroom. Oh, you're an animator? Yes, I am. I'm working on my thesis film. For some reason, TV Paint is doing this right now. Why is it doing that? Does it do that on other scenes? Yes, it does. A mystery. Also, thank you for the first time chat, Shion. And thank you for the posture check, AC. I am sitting up nice and straight. I had it set to dot instead of stroke. That's why. I don't know why it changed. Want to be an animator? Can you tell me which software you're using, please? I am using TV Paint. It is a one-time purchase, unlike most animation softwares, which require you to do like a monthly subscription or yearly subscription. It's a French animation software. It's very good. Luckily for me, Lurch streams at ungodly hours for ungodly hours. It's true, I do. Listen, I gotta get my thesis done somehow. 2 ungodly female a day. Well, you said that I wouldn't go live, and then I did. So what then? Don't goad me. If I make a joke about going live, and you're like, "Do it," you won't. I will. You took half an hour and a half to go live. I got distracted. Well, a couple way to go live. That's like half the times I go live. Okay, I think this is still a pretty big jump, so I'm gonna do an in between here. It was calculated for you going live when I goaded you, not an hour and a half later. Well, you know, I was encouraged to go find those collages, and then I got distracted looking at things that weren't the collages, and then I decided to go live because I thought I was thinking about going live when you goaded me, but then I didn't because I was looking for things that I ended up not finding, and then I did find them during stream, and I have to make up for time that I haven't been live, you know? I haven't been very consistent. Not that I'm ever really consistent, but you know, I miss being live. I miss hanging out. Yeah, it is Mousevier's fault. Boop, boop. I love in-betweening. So satisfying. Lift, do not pretend to be consistent. It's a miracle I have a 22 streak. It is, it is. Also, May probably says you're stinky or something. I don't know, probably? Let's see. I'm checking receipts now. Also, Colton, that's a really cool tattoo. Don't lie to me. You can't trick me again. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice. Oh my god, why would you do that? That's so mean. Fool me 3 times. Oh my god. I think about that TikTok all the time. The magic of party be like fool me once, shame on me. Fool me 2 times, we're gonna kill you and torture you meticulously with an acid dagger and remove you entirely from our lives. On the tattoo topic, though, I've been wanting to get a tattoo. My first tattoo was almost a Homestuck tattoo, but I ended up not getting it because the tattoo truck ran out of ink. But it was going to be a really fun experience, I think. Sometimes I get notified on Discord, and in sigh of relief, it's a alert appearance on a jelly stream, which means yippee, I can go back to bed. The Shadow the Hedgehog jump scare. Og the Shadow Hedge. Do you need to watch those 2 VODs? Actually, they were good times. Shadow the Hedgehog is a very not great game, but it was trying to do something really cool, and I can appreciate that. As are most Sonic games, I feel. Except, like, Sonic Frontiers, which didn't really try to do anything good and was just mid. Shadow the Hedgehog seems like it controls like Heroes, which sucks because it controls the worst part of Heroes. Yeah, Shadow the Hedgehog does not control well. It's not very fun to play, and unfortunately that's like the most important thing for a video game, is like that it should be fun to play. Like, genuinely, if Shadow the Hedgehog controlled well, it would probably be a peak game. The most unfortunate part is that, like, that should be true for most games. But I just mean, like the concepts it was trying to deliver on were really cool. And like the writing isn't that great, partially because the localization is really bad. But also like really funny because of like how like much they upped the edginess of it all. It's like taking candy from a baby, which is fine by me. Such a fucking funny line. By the way, you only get that line in the true hero route. Like that's like a good guy line. Sometimes gameplay doesn't need to be good if other aspects make up for it. Well, like it does need to be good when gameplay is like most of the game, you know? It's not like Sonic games are story based; they're known for their gameplay. The streams are happening at the same time as Allison's streams, so I cannot justify watching the streams instead on account of having a duty to support my streamer. I have a sword. No, I understand. I understand. Yeah, mod duties, and you're not a mod on Jelly's stream where I was. Murder Sonic the Hedgehog is peak though? Yeah, because gameplay isn't the focus of Murder Sonic the Hedgehog, so it's not like it doesn't matter if it's good or not, because the writing is the focus. But Shadow the Hedgehog, the gameplay is the focus. Okay, let's see how that works. Hmm. One of these is 3 frames instead of 2, so I'm gonna do one more here. Bum, ba, bum, 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 bum. God, I just remember how god awful Date Everything controls. Fun game, good writing, but God, how do you fuck up a basic walk? Oh no. I've never played Date Everything. I've heard mixed things, but other people's opinions should not sway me away from trying things. I'm just not really a dating sim person, though. It's not a dating sim. I see. Misleading title. Ah, not a traditional dating sim. I see, I see. Hi, Zach Lurker. Welcome in. I should start coming up with a list of games for Veneer to play. I do have ages to think about that. But, like, I like thinking about it. I sure hope Veneer doesn't take 3 decades. It's very rude of me to do. What the fuck? That's right, I'm watching the Discord. Say by that we should get him addicted to gotchas. You can. He doesn't have control of his money. I have control of his money. Because he trusts me. Implicitly. His money goes to me to pay his rent. Lurf, have you considered? Nuh-uh. No, I haven't. Yeah. I can't do gotchas because they prey on my ADHD brain and need for instant gratification. I would waste way too much money. Can't do gotchas because they're bad games. I've ADD, but I've never felt gotchas work on me for some reason. Maybe gotchas wouldn't, but I've had a bad enough experience with mobile games to not want to risk it. I was really into Sonic Runner, but that's because it was I really like Sonic and the gameplay was fun. I think I played Sonic Runner a little bit back in the day. Now, if we want to make Veneer suffer, we can do that without forcing a gambling addiction on the way. I also don't think Veneer would get a gambling addiction. Oh, I feel like he has more restraint than that. But also, he did have an addiction arc in the D&D campaign, but that was driven about by many other factors. I was about to like add something to that as like a fun like Veneer lore trivia, but then I realized that's like a still part of his lore, so I can't like expand on that thought. Not the fact that he had an addiction, but I was gonna bring something else up that it reminded me of. So we gotta get Veneer addicted to driving sims? That'd be really funny. I made a new friend recently. He's like into driving sims. I never played a driving sim myself. Hey, so why did Mouseviewer and I get called intruders while DJ got early access instead? Not complaining, need to be clear, this makes this cooler and epicer, but also rude. Because Double Jumper got early access and you guys intruded. Veneer gave Double Jumper permission to come in the server early. I wanted to have a role to separate people who like manage to find a way to sneak in and people who get legitimate early access. Because I did plan for there to be legitimate early access. Oh my god, the server is fully dead now, by the way. It is, yeah. Which means unless I fix it, you and Mousefear are the only people who will ever get the intruder role. Okay, that should be good enough. The intruder colors do just kind of suck. Yeah, yeah, you're seeing it now. The consequences of your actions. I will say, the colors are like that because there are like official color roles that one can gain and give to themselves that I have prepped, and the intruder and early access roles do not fall under those pre-assigned colors. You make a sound, you know what you need. Feels just like I don't try. Look so good, I might die. Oh, forgot a shoulder here. My bad. I hope Veneer is ready for me to be there on his first stream, immediately demanding his sword. I'll put in a good word for you. Version 3. Export as version 3. Of course, anything for you, Suspicious. You've been an excellent mod. Just know Veneer won't tolerate your bullying, so like don't be mean to him, or else he will unmod you. He's not like me. Yeah, it's bully Veneer or be his mod. Okay. Should be good. Is there anything I need to do for this one, or is this one also good? A good time might be past my prime, but I'm feeling oh so good. I have to do a slow out here as well. Right, because that's like a really big jump. Have to start here. Yeah, this one. So I think I gotta do this. Yeah. All right.
Go. Get that hair in there. I said I'd be going to bed now, but surely I can stay up for another hour, half an hour with no consequences. Like, surely not. Go get your shit printed out. This is from Gisco Toho Vibes, Umineko. It's, where does, Nakanaide play? Fuck, where does it play? Um, the Die song. I think it's in episode 8. So I started ready to get into Homestuck. Anything I should know before I slip and fall down these stairs? I'm gonna warn you about them. Just know that I told you about the stairs row. I warned you, dog, and that'll keep happening. uh, um, uh, don't skip the intermission. Remember it's a product of its time, and just have fun with it. And yes, you do have to read all the pester logs. Also, if you're confused by what happens in one of those like animated bits, then don't feel afraid to rewatch it, because sometimes they need you to watch them multiple times for you to like process what the fuck went on. Currently in the middle of the author's previous comic. It's very silly. Problem Sleuth, I imagine. Yeah, Problem Sleuth is silly. Like Homesick starts off very similar to Problem Sleuth, and then it becomes like a lot more like of a character focus and character and plot focused narrative. Because Homestuck was once based on viewer input, and then eventually like it stopped getting like proper input, and it was just like Hussey putting in the commands for what he wanted to happen next. A friend I watch my friend I watch anime with started reading Homestuck recently. When I asked why, he said it's because he's got a friend to read Worm in return. Ooh, Homestuck's good. Homestuck's a good time. Um, I do agree with you, Mysterious Mayonnaise. Not agree with you. I disagree with you. Gamesy did do things wrong. However, it is fucked up what they did to him. Even if I do like the epilogues. I really like Undertale and swore to myself one day I would experience everything that inspired it. Ah, yeah. You'll see a lot of what inspired Toby Fox for sure. You already got like a third of the way through? Wow. So like what, Act 5? Wait, what do you think a third is? Do you know like by pages? Do you know like what act they're on?
Troll Jesus did nothing wrong. Depends which version of him. Because I think Cankry did a lot wrong. And Carcat did a little bit wrong. But the sign list was chill. He was going by page number. Okay. Okay. Then that's probably very accurate. I've been missing Homestuck lately, man. Ever since I went to the concert and had like the 413 party. I made a couple friends. It's fun having Homestuck friends again. How are they enjoying Homestuck? Shame I couldn't stand the trolls for very long. Dropped relatively early into 5. That's so funny because everyone's like, "Oh, 5's the best. Just skip to Act 5." Like it wouldn't be the most confusing fucking thing ever if you skipped to Act 5. He's finding it pretty good. Hell yeah. Homestuck's pretty good. Don't let the masses make you think otherwise. I swear I just redeemed One Piece chapter. Why are my points so high again? Because I've streamed forever. I had that extension for the quirks too, so it wasn't even that. Honestly, that extension doesn't even work that well. But no, I get it. Their personal drama can be a lot, and some of them are annoying. I get it. Silas, he was just yapping. The big purpler troll, what's his face, couldn't handle it. The Grand High Blood, you mean? I mean, that's pretty accurate to Jesus, right? He was just yapping and no one else could handle it. Thank you for the stretch, Mysterious Mayonnaise. Big stretch. Crack my back while I'm at it. I say like I don't try to crack my back every time I stretch. Gonna get veneer into Guilty Gear lore? Do it. My ass is unshrimped. I think this hand needs to be a little bit smaller. Gonna get veneer to read One Piece and I'll be done before you are. You can't do that because I'm gonna watch all his VODs and I'm gonna spoil myself. Speaking of veneer, getting veneer to lore, can we make him a Warhammer nerd? This series serves a great introduction into competitive races. Listen. If whatever you get veneer into, it's gotta be on stream or in his Discord, okay? Gotta get veneer to the history of Garfield, obviously. Gonna make veneer fucking react to like Super Eye Patch's Garfield, Super Eye Patch Wolf's Garfield video or some shit. What are we doing? What are we doing? Exactly. So you do whatever you want to veneer. Making veneer become a React Andy. Fucked up. Fucked up. You would do that to him. Okay. I think that's a good. That does that work? If I hear like I have this really cool idea for a PNG tuber thing in chat, Mousier and I just going, okay, but how can we ruin it though? Make Veneer react to the entirety of 7/27/1978. What happened at that? What happened then? Hang on. Oh. Oh! Yes, 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 yeah, okay, yeah, 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 yeah. The Garfield thing. I thought there was like something specific that happened on that day, and it was like a 24-hour thing for some reason. Yes. You guys were missing the key. We need to get Veneer into the Tony Hawk Pro Skater games. I don't know who Veneer is, so when I hear his name, I think of the Trolls character. That is really funny because when the fucking Trolls movie came out, like my friends were coming to me and being like, "Dude, Veneer's in the new Trolls movie. Like it's Veneer. He's there. It's him. Like he's in the movie." And I was like, "What? What are you talking about? What do you mean?" And they took me to theaters to watch it. I was like, "Holy shit, Veneer's in the movie." There's a character named Veneer in the Trolls movie, who's a little bit of an ego, but also just kind of like a little guy. And I was like, oh my god, it's Veneer. This really is an environment where certain fic might actually be discussable. Have you read Sivad's question? I have not. I don't know what that is. I don't read a lot of fanfic, to be honest. Imagine going to the Trolls movie purely for the bit. No, 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 AC Bob. You don't. I enjoyed the Trolls movies. I had fun with the Trolls movies. They're not that bad. They're fun romps. It's only technically a fic. Interesting. Streamer and I are very different people. Like this was something we weren't aware of. What's Steve Ad's story, Double Jumper? You got me curious now. I do like Mint. Hey, let me be clear. The Trolls movies are not cinematic masterpieces, but they are fun. Like it's fun to sit through. Me having a good time with something doesn't make it like good. I'm not gonna out here saying that singing killed my grandma, okay, is like peak cinema. It's not. But it is really fun and silly. The problem is that what makes it fascinating is a punchline that also makes it to be not very recommendable. Send it to me, I'll read it. And thank you, AC Bob, for the hydrate. I've taken a sippy. What's a worse crime? Liking Mint or lying twice? If someone says Mint, they're lying at least once. Mint is good, I don't know what to tell you. I have a friend who says if you like something, you should consider it good. It's like, no, I can say that Food Fight 2012 is bad while having an enjoyable time with it. Wait, is Food Fight what hang on. God damn it! No, it's not what I was thinking of. Fuck. What was the movie I'm thinking of? Hang on. Is it Okay. One of my favorite movies of all time. It's not a good movie. It's a terrible movie. Let's say it out. It's a fucking awful movie. 2008's Adventures of Food Boy is a fucking awesome movie to watch. I recommend it to everyone. It's awful. It's a terrible movie, but it's so fucking funny. Want to see my favorite screenshot from the movie? Hang on. Fucking love Adventures of Food Boy. Oh, it's been so long since I've thought about it. Here it is. I love it. Look at this. Look at this image. How can you tell me this movie is bad? I mean, it is bad, but how can you tell me it's not funny? Imagine like going to the bathroom and just filling it with bread and then like huddling up in the corner surrounded by bread. And this is from Superhero High School? No, it's from Adventures of Food Boy. Essentially, he learns he's able to make bread, and then he's unable to stop making bread, so he makes a bunch of bread and like fills up the bathroom with it, and he's like all scared about it, so he like huddles in the corner, surrounded by bread. Broken solve world hunger. That's the plot of the movie, dude. That's the plot. That's the plot of the movie. He's like, what if I solved world hunger, dude? Like, he has to like make his own recipe. It's like a family talent that's passed down from generation to generation. He's not allowed to let people know that he has this power because the more people know, the worse the food tastes. I should do a Food Boy watch through on the Discord. Who would be interested? The dot dot dot. Thank you, Kuro, for the hydrate. Also, hi, Kuro. Thank you, Double Jumper. I gotta go. If you're still streaming after 11:30, I'll pop back in. Who knows? I don't even know when 11:30 is for you. What do you mean it tastes worse the more people find out? He has to keep his power a secret, else the food will taste bad. It's like about like I guess like not bragging about your talents or something like that. Like you should just like be humble about it and help people without looking for like recognition. No one said it was like well thought out or good or like literally anything. You can save so many from dying though? Yeah, but like you can't tell anyone though. Because otherwise it'll taste bad. I think he like ends up making like a sports drink. I think that's like where his arc ends. He makes a really good sports drink. He like gives it to people. He can make any food. He can make any food or liquid or whatever. Like he can just produce whatever he wants to. Another great movie. This one's bad on purpose though. I love Kung Fury. Kung Fury is really funny. I think about Hacker Man on a daily basis. You just make a bunch of type of food that people extremely well set up a shell company to distribute the food without anyone knowing. Holy hell! No, like you literally Food Boy's fucking stupid. I love Food Boy. It's really bad. Sweden represents, yeah. I love Kung Fury. Kung Fury is awesome. Apparently they made a sequel. I've yet to see it, but I hope it's good. The sequel's in a very, very weird legal situation. Interesting. I think it is out. I swear I saw that it was out. It is not. It is finished, but it's not released. Oh, interesting. Could have sworn it was out. Damn. Like I heard about the sequel and I was like, oh my god, I have to fucking see that. It's so important. Also, hearing this Hive Swap song and talking about Homestick earlier reminds me that the fucking demo for Hive Swap Act 3 shadow dropped, and I'm curious about it. And now I'm wondering if I should play Hive Swap on stream one day. When time has come, I don't actually think I could justify staying up much longer, no matter how good a time I'm having. Good night, Lurk. Good night, chat. Make sure you behave and only bully the streamer as much as I would. Thank you, Sisyphus. Thanks for hanging out. You have a good night. As of September 2025, the film had no set release date due to legal issues. In a 2024 interview, Hammerstone Studios head Alex Lebovicki stated that the film is complete. We've shot it. There's a matter that we're cautiously optimistic that we're going to be able to work through. I can't share more than that, but we're hopeful there will be a resolution shortly. They're already in post production in September 2020. Wow. I hope it's able to come out eventually. She was like one of my favorite movies ever. I would show it to everyone I knew. Sand is bad. It's such a banger. Like it's just like everything about it brings me joy. I love Triceracop. I love like the way it's shot. Like so, laser raptors. This must be the Viking Age. Like it's so good. I'm Hacker Man. Like I fucking love Hacker Man. Like the fucking like logo that comes up. Barbariana. It's like it's cinema. Cinema. Barbariana reminded me of a D&D game I ran where everyone was like a bard multi-class. Um and they were in a band together called Dead Baby Bones. And our bard barbarian multi-class was a dwarf named Bard Beardia, and I loved her. It was awesome. It was like a Spelljammer-esque setting, so they were like a traveling like space band that were going to different planets and doing concerts and stuff. And I had a villain who was using like their concerts as a way to kind of like enchant people and like mind control them. And they're like a big fan. It's just like a shitty little like um one-off campaign that I well, not necessarily a one-off because we had multiple sessions, but it was just like a silly little goofy campaign that I ran while I was at art camp with a couple of people. It was a good time. No one really took it all that seriously. We found some original Spelljammer stuff. Fuck yeah. That one time at Bard Camp, yeah. Okay. I think that should be good enough. Save this as version 3. Export it. Export it as version 3. There we go. There we go. That's all the notes that I got. Right. I honestly, I think that's about it for me. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Is there anything else I need to do right now? I don't think so. I think that's all the notes that I needed to catch up on for my thesis. Of course, I have more scenes to do, but I don't feel like doing those right now. It's like 6:30 in the morning. I did a 4 barbarian campaign where each one of us had one basic knowledge ability. One could read, one could tell cardinal directions, etc. That's awesome. It's so silly. Um, there was one campaign that I briefly got to play in. That was like a Spelljammer campaign. It ended in very early, but there was a homebrew class that I got to play for a little bit that I loved. And I've been wanting to play a build like that for a while, and I'm really sad that I didn't really get to go super into that. But there's this homebrew class for 5e that I really like called the Accursed, and it's a half caster that essentially like the whole gimmick is that you are cursed with some kind of curse, be it like a curse of like petrification or a curse of like vampirism or like lycanthropy or like being hunted like animals are after you or something like that or like you're possessed, like a bunch of different like curse options, and the idea is that you've been cursed for long enough that you've managed to kind of like get a little bit of a hold over your curse and start using it like for like your benefit, even though it still detriments you in some way, like it has like built-in like flaws and stuff. And one of the subclasses is a Curse of the Created, which like within text is kind of like a Frankenstein's monster kind of deal. But the mechanics of it, I'm in fucking love with because it's the only time I have ever seen it be viable to give your character a low, if not negative, Constitution score. And like that, like the play style of that really appealed to me. Because like normally in D&D, like you gotta like at least like have like your second highest score be con or something like that. Like you do not want to have a low con because that'll fuck you up big time. You at least want a +1. But this one, I'm like, oh god, I hope I roll negative so I can put my negative into the Constitution score. Of course, that's really like risky for low levels because like you could just like get negative HP. Um, but the whole idea with it. Let me like pull it up on the side here because God, it's so cool. Let's see, created. Here we go. I once got a 4 constitution and realized the best bet was doing a fighter with a longbow and stay all the way the fuck back. Yeah. So, essentially, the gimmick of this class, you have a first level ability called It's Alive. At first level, when you take damage that would reduce you to 0 hit points, you can use your reaction to be reduced to 1 hit point instead. When you do, you gain 5 times your level and temporary hit points, your cursed level, and each creature within 5 feet of you must make a Constitution saving throw. On a failure, creature takes lightning damage equal to 5 times your cursed level. On a success, it takes half as much. You regain the use of this feature the next time your current hit points are equal to your maximum hit points. So you can kind of see the vision here, right? You want to get down to 0 quickly, so you can use your reaction to do your explosion attack, which at first level is only going to do 5 damage, but like, you know, it'll increase well with time. And then, you know, you regain it once you get your current hit points are equal to your maximum, which means you want to be able to be healed up fast. And healing fucking sucks in D&D. So you want to make sure you have low enough hit points that you can get healed up quick enough. And so that's why it benefits you to have low con. And as it builds up, like, you know, like as you get like higher level like abilities, like this like works really really well. You eventually get extra attack at level 5, so you can attack twice at once, obviously. And at level 3, you're also able to deal like add an extra 1d6 lightning damage when you doing a melee weapon attack. So you're getting like an ability to do a good heck ton of damage, and you're encouraged to engage in melee, so you can like get down low to use your ability, and then hope you don't die. And like the fun part about this is that temporary hit points are kind of your hit points, because you know like you're probably going to get higher temp HP from your explosion attacks than you are going to get out of your base HP if you're playing optimally, because you're gonna have a low con. So like your temporary HP once you hit 0 HP is your real hit points until you're able to get healed up and regain the use of your ability. And that's where the what hit die? Let me double check. Where's the hit die? D10. D10 hit die. So average of 6. 6 plus con. But the best part about this class comes at level 11, where you gain resistance to lightning damage. Immediately after you take lightning damage, you gain that many temporary hit points. You lose any remaining temporary hit points from this feature after 1 minute. In addition, when you deal damage with a melee attack while you have temporary hit points, you can choose to expend a number of temporary hit points up to half your cursed level. When you do, the melee weapon attack deals additional lightning damage equal to the temporary hit points you expended. So now the idea is you get in close fucking melee range, you're whopping your enemies, you get down to 0 hit points, reaction, use your ability, force the con save around you, get them that damage, you get temporary hit points, and then you start fucking tearing into your temporary hit points to do even more damage to them as you're waiting to regain your use of your ability so you can activate it again and get more temporary hit points to do more crazy damage. In an optimal scenario, it is quite risky because then you're like spending essentially your health in order to do more damage, which can be pretty bad if you're fighting enemies that do large chunks of damage because they can just knock out all of your temporary hit points and then you're fucked. Uh, Before like you're able to like get your regular hit points back up to your max hit points. But like, isn't that just like isn't that so fun? I find it so fucking fun. It's just like a really like unique class that like encourages like a really weird play style that in like stat allocation that I don't see ever. Like never have I looked at something and been like, oh my god, I want to have like absolutely ass con if I play this. What type of class is it? Extra attack, gimmicky, spellcaster. It's a half caster. And this specific subclass has extra attack. This is a specific subclass for an overall accursed class. So that's Curse of the Created, the subclass. Accursed in general is a half caster, um, where you can have a subclass based on like most kinds of curses you can think of. You have the ability in the base class called Conquered Curse, where basically you were stricken with a curse that would have broken mortal other people. However, through sheer willpower, introspective meditation, arcane study, or whatever, you overcame the challenges your curse presented and learned to harness its power. And each subclass comes with its benefits as well as its downfall. So Curse of the Created, because it's inspired by Frankenstein's monster, when you take fire damage, you have disadvantage on intelligence, wisdom, and charisma saving throws until the end of your next turn. And you have disadvantage on charisma checks when interacting with humanoids, except those meant to frighten or intimidate. So like you have like some built-in downsides to each class. Each subclass, I mean, which is very, very fun. Another one of my favorites is Curse of the Plague. Um, so like you can pick your downsides by picking which specific plagues you're infected with, and like the weird like flavor of the class is that you're fucking collecting weird, gross like curse plagues to spread to other people by like infecting yourselves with it and then like infecting like other people with them. Yeah, so like say like you get the abyssal affliction disease, you get the ailment of your hit point maximum is reduced by an amount equal to your level, and the infection you give is your targets become poisoned, like when you infect them. It's stuff like that. It's good. It's good. I love the accursed. It's so fun. Got curse of lycanthropy, lycanthropy, curse of misfortune, curse of possession, curse of armament, vampirism, combustion, which is a funny one. You're just like constantly at risk of exploding. It's very funny. Hunted, where it's like a bunch of like animals and like wilderness like wild beings are chasing after you. Like you have been cursed to be prey to any animals in your vicinity. Curse of Immortality, which is an interesting one. Invisibility, Petrification, Plague, Animation, Created, Mummification, and somnolence, I believe, which is like you've been cursed like a sleeping beauty. You're cursed to sleep forever, but now you can like sleepwalk and shit, which is funny. I don't remember who made it. Um, we tried any of the Laser Llama homebrew. Never had the opportunity to actually play around with them. They look neat. I haven't done them myself, but I've played in campaigns where people have used them, and they're pretty awesome from what I've seen. I forget who the Accursed was made by. Where is it? Fighter is phenomenal. Yeah. Uh, yeah. Laser llama stuff is really cool. Uh, fuck. I'm forgetting this guy's name. Hang on. I know I'm subscribed to his YouTube channel. I'll find it. It's important. I gotta credit things. I don't think it's you. No. I used some homebrews based on WoW classes while making them. I realized how restricted any support class is in D&D. Like, you can't really apply more than one concentration spell plus one class feature buff, or it becomes really OP. Yeah. Yeah, that's what can make playing a cleric a little difficult to manage because they have so many spells that require concentration. Of course, I play a lot of clerics, so I can manage them, but I remember like really struggling with that. Or if you're playing like a a caster that isn't a prepared caster, so you have to like pick your spells on level up, and you end up picking like too many concentration spells, you're kind of fucked a little bit. Let me see. Indestructo Boy, I believe, made it. I like Indestructo Boy stuff. There's also a wild magic sorcerer homebrew fix that I adore. If I can find it. Created by the Dungeon Coast. The Dungeon Coast wild magic sorcerer fix, as well as like new wild magic subclasses, are awesome. Fucking love them. As someone who's like a big wild magic fan. Um, Essentially, he fixes like a big issue with wild magic, which is rolling on the wild magic table. In which one, the wild magic table is really only 50 choices instead of 100 choices, and two, when you roll on a dice and you get a number, no one at the table really knows how to feel about it until you pull up the table and you read it, unless the people at the table have the table fucking memorized, right? Um, and so he invents a 300 choice wild magic surge table, and it's split into 3 columns. You're supposed to roll two dice. You're supposed to roll your D100 for whatever like placement on the table, and you roll a D20. And if it's 1 through 5, you get a bad result. 6 through 15, you get a neutral, and 6 through 20, you get a good effect. So people at your table will know whether they should be nervous, neutral, or really excited about what you're rolling, like immediately, as like they're going to like look up the actual effect, which adds some like fun for the table, a little suspense, because they'll actually like have an idea of what could happen, even though they don't know what exactly will happen. Suspense is the best part, but you still get the suspense because there's like 100 different fucking options. And again, you can roll privately if you still want the suspense part. But like the table's really fucking good. And he also fixes the balancing issue of it. By like essentially not like tying it to specific like time lengths or specific damages, like it can be able to be scaled to the DM's discretion. Like let me see if I can like read like the table thing. Yeah. Um Yeah, there's a spectrum of good, neutral, and bad to it. With Wild Magic Surge tables being 100% organized, it limits overall usefulness. You can still use this 300 table randomly if you want. In fact, most of the time that's how I use it, but having 3 different categories accomplishes 2 things. One, when the players look at the dice on the table, they'll look at the d20 and think, oh no, when it's a low number, and oh yes, when it's a high number. 2, it lets you create items and effects that have good and bad results baked in there, so there's some control over the positive or negative impact of these things, like creating effect spoons and items with buffs of only good effects, or creating cursed items, effects, or monsters that have bad effects. So like you can use the table like to create other like homebrew like monsters and items and stuff like that. And the most important thing about this table is the idea of triggers, delays, and duration. She writes, on all of these wild magic circuits, I usually don't have a specific time duration on how long each of these lasts. I also don't usually put exact DCs on saving throws or even exact damage dealt. There are tables for GMs to deal appropriate damage for challenge level if you need that. It's on the back of most GM screens. But I want these things to be customizable to what makes sense, / what level you're encountering these wild magic surges at. I want this table to be useful for a level 3 one-shot and a full campaign where you can use it from level 1 to 20 and never have to worry about it falling off. You can choose how powerful the effects are. And you can choose triggers for the effects to happen. Like they may not have to happen immediately after you roll. Like you can like wait to save it. Delays when they happen. So like you can like cause like extra suspense to the table, and you can like have like duration of like, do you want this effect to last forever? Do you only want it to last a day? Do you want like the player character to like go on a quest to like figure out how to deal with this negative effect they got, and that's the only way they can get rid of it? And then now you have like a cool story moment because of your wild magic. Like it's very flexible, and that's what I like about it. And like some of them are pretty crazy. Like say you roll 45 for a 48. Bad. You file a magic missile twice at each of your party members. Or neutral. Every so often, a magic missile fires off at one of your party members. Whenever blank happens, like whenever they get within 20 feet of each other, that's like DM discretion. Like whenever X thing happens, a magic missile will fire off at one of your party members. Or good, you fire a magic missile 3 times at each enemy within 120 feet. So like the good, bad, and neutral are kind of like related to each other. They're fun. They're fun. 79. Bad. If you tell the truth, you take heavy psychic damage. Neutral. Every time you lie, your eyes glow golden yellow. Or good. You can cast Zone of Truth at will. Like they're fun. They're fun little effects. They can be like social related. They can be damage related. They can be nonsense. It's fun. It's fun time. I highly recommend checking out Dungeon Coach's wild magic stuff. You also like have like in addition to like adjusting the sorcerer to fit in with the table, he like creates other wild magic classes. So like he has like a bard college of gambling, an updated path of wild magic for barbarian, an arcane thief rogue, where like they stole a magic item and it gave them like fucked up wild magic stuff going on. A pact of chaos warlock, and my personal favorite, wizard school of dropouts, which is his wild magic wizard, which is very amusing to me. But yeah, that's enough rambling from me. It's been like 4.5 hours. It's nearly 7 a.m. I've done my thesis work that I intended to get done today. So I think I'm gonna call it here for stream. Doesn't look like there is anyone to raid right now. So guess no raiding. Right. I'm gonna call it then. Thank y'all for joining me. It was fun yapping. I'm always happy to share my TTRPG woes. Maybe one day I'll finally have a good D&D campaign. Message me. We can start plotting. We can. Absolutely. Fuck, man. I'll message you after stream. Yeah, always a great time to talk about my fucking D&D drama. Like the amount of shit that happens is crazy.